Start the stream. Thanks.
everyone. Today I'm going to be continuing the Dawntrail MSQ. That's what's up. Let's talk to Work Lamont over here and get this party started. Work Lamont is ready to commence the second half of your Tuliolo. Ooh, I'm cold. I'm putting on a jacket. 1 sec. A city of stands. We'll head west next, towards the Arch of the Dawn. The dirigible landing is on the way. You have dirigibles too? Tuliolo certainly doesn't want for methods of travel. We get by. Now, if you've seen enough of this area, let me know and we'll continue on. The Arch of the Dawn is on the other side of the city, so speak up if you see something that interests you as we walk. Okay. Now, where are we? We're going this way. Probably I'm gonna walk, but whatever. Still struggling to conceive how one could construct an entire city on the side of a mountain. This was originally the site of a Yokoi temple. The giants built it when they were first making the bridge to Dawntrail to appease the god who slumbers in the great ocean stretch. After the Yokoi withdrew, the temple stood empty for centuries, so when Papa was establishing his new nation, he saw a structure he could refurbish into a palace, sitting perfectly in the center of Tulo. He gathered artisans to do the work, and the houses they built for themselves became the foundation of the city you see today. Speaking of houses, we'll be passing through the Resplendent Quarter, the biggest residential district in Tuliolo. We climb these sets of stairs here all the way up. Oh no, stairs! Gotta love it. Oh, more stairs. Wow. What a view. Up above. Papa's palace is called Fuluk Swunsa, which roughly translates to invincible resilience. You probably want to take a closer look, but we'll be coming back here later. Let's move on for now. The sheer scale of this place is incredible. I wonder what that carving at the top represents. Huh? Oh, yeah. Cool. love the music in this zone. So this is the splendid quarter. What manner of people live here? Oh, we have residents from all the Octagal clans. Mamuja, Zupral, Pelipelu, Alban, Hanaganu. We also have Tonawada, Asoro, and Shadona, who moved south from the ancestral lands in Octagal. In essence, it's a gathering of people from every corner of Tagal. A true representation of Tuliola's diverse character. The adornments on each building contribute to the eclectic cultural aesthetic. It's all so beautiful. I'm glad you think so. Come, we continue down the stairs. The big drum there is called the Dawntrail. They play it for formal occasions like monitoring the Lands Guard's return from a dangerous duty. I tried hitting it with my axe once and ripped the skin. Had me a proper scolding, let me tell you. That was the time Papa held me upside down by the ankle. I've never seen such an enormous drum. When one even used to beat such an instrument. So many stairs. Honestly, I don't mind if no one watches me. I just stream for fun. I don't get if I get anything out of it. Most of the time I just stream to see if anyone will hang out. And here are our dirigibles. Not bad, eh? Nice. Many other nations use airships to sail the skies, but you'll only find balloons in Tuliolo. We have them for the exact same reason as the Aetherites. Kawano brought back the plans from Charlian, and Papa thought them fantastic and commissioned their construction. This was around 3 years ago. Since that time, we've added flights to other settlements. Trade with frontier communities never been easier. But that's enough about dirigibles. The Ocean of the Dawn awaits. Scene time, yay! This is it. Arch of the Dawn. I can finally just have it skip during voiced dialogue. Oh man. The Giants were still here. It was known as the Octagal Landgate. When Papa founded Tuliolo, everyone began using its present name in honor of his great achievement. This gate is Kozomauka, the wetlands south of the city. Depending on what the Right of Secession asks of us, we might end up going in that direction. Kozomauka, name alone is intriguing. Speaking of which, What are those fluffy animals we passed earlier? Ah, those are alpacas. Fierce, four-legged fiends. Fearsome? They seemed quite placid to me. You'll learn soon enough, Kyle. You'll learn soon enough. What? Do they secretly bear fangs? Forget the alpacas. I have something far more important to show you. Come along. I'm not doing voices. I'm just gonna read it out loud. Ah. Wait. When did Pteranodon? Huh. I got Namazu. Then I got a dwarf and... Huh. Where's the pig? I want the pig. If you wish to learn the history of Tuliolo, then look no further. These stone pillars, you mean? Saga in stone. Ooh. Kyle regards the stone pillars curiously. What's special about these pillars, if I may ask? At a glance, they might look like ordinary stone decorations. But if you take a really good look, you'll see that there's something much more interesting. Following event cannot be skipped. Okay. Yes. Cool. I like the music. This is chill. Pictures. Wait, no, these are glyphs. They seem to tell a series of stories, many of them featuring a two-headed Mamoja. Oh, then this must be... That's right. It follows the exploits of my father, Galul Jaja, and his journey to unite our lands. We call it the Tuliolo Saga. The deeds he performed and the bonds he forged, all immortalized in stone. There's no better way to learn how Tuliolo came to be. Study them as long as you like. Oh! Oh, that's cool. This pillar tells the lay of the Brotherhood. It depicts the scene where Papa granted an audience to the foreign explorer Cat. Something, I can never remember the name. You mean Kettengam? Ah, that's the one. Kettengam's arrival in Tugal is what prompted Papa to embark on his own journey. It said the two grew to be close friends, brothers in spirit, if not in blood. But no one knows what became of the explorer in later years. Kettengam's disappearance is a mystery to Eurasia as well. The records say he traveled between our lands and yours for a while, but then it's assumed he was lost at sea. Here we have the Lay of Reeds. This is the story of when Papa visited the Hanahanu in their village in Kazama-uka. Sorry. Ah, the people Alphano almost mistook for Vanu, if not for the colorful plumage. We spent a fair bit of time among the Vanu in the sea clouds. It's no surprise he took an interest in your countrymen. I don't know how it is with your Vanu, but our Hanu are a bright and cheerful sort. They hold this one festival every year. Very famous and a lot of fun. Oh, I like how it tells you, hey, you've got this already. This one recounts the lay of the past. As you can probably tell, the figure depicted here is of the Zabral, like me. For decades, the Zabral and the Malajar were at war for control of the forest of Yakta to El. The actions Papa took to end the conflict have since been hailed as the first steps in the founding of Tuliolo. There is a clan of Hrothgar and Vajra known as Helians. In their society, the women rule as queens, and the men serve as devoted subjects. Yet here in Tulal, the Zabral men and women appear to be of equal status. How dramatically culture can vary with location. Let's see. This one is the Lay of Pots, which depicts the moblins of Kozama-uka. They might wear odd masks and sound weirdly muffled when they talk, but the gold and silver work they sell is the best you'll find anywhere. Moblin goods are the standard when it comes to gift giving. Clearly, the Vanu aren't the only people with distant, valued counterparts. If you're done with the first half, we can move on to the second. Yes. Lordum! I don't mind it though. I'm enjoying myself. The Lay of Gold. This Pelu shows one of the Pelu, whose homeland is in Ukupacha. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliolo's markets, and their traveling peddlers are a common sight no matter where you go in Tugal. Give me one moment. I have to let my dog out for a bit. Sorry about that. I am done. Having created our currency, the Pelu are rightfully known as the Merchant Clan. They oversee Tuliola's markets, and their traveling paddlers are a common sight no matter where you go into Rome. Wolf. Don't let their size fool you. They might be mistaken as children, but beneath those beaked masks, they are clever and calculating traders. Lay of Ice. Oh, this one is my favorite, the Lay of Ice. It depicts the battle with the legendary Togal Vajral. Valagamanda. Boy, that's hard to say. I should explain a Togal Vajral is a creature that has lived far beyond its usual lifespan and awakened to natural power. Sounds like the auspices. Tataru described the Far Eastern auspices in a similar fashion. So, could this be the same phenomenon? Belagamanda itself was dubbed the Sky Ruin, a name earned for the destruction and terror it visited upon Togal every time it stirred from its slumber. But 80 years or so ago, its ruinous reign has brought to an end. After a great struggle, Papa and his comrades managed to overcome the legend Vidal. I can't let me honest. And sealed it away in the Ukapacha Mountains. Despite its reputation, however, Balagamanda is also a symbol of power. That's why you'll see its likeness on Tuliola's national emblem and adorning the banners at the palace. Ah, the lay of proof. That big fellow is the Yokoi, the largest of Tugal's peaks. These giants once used their great size and strength to establish a dominion encompassing all of Yoktugal. Having got the southern reaches to heal, they then turned northwards, setting their sights on Zoktugal. You'll recall that massive bridge they built beyond the Skygate. Sometime after launching the northern campaign, however, they just gave up. They abandoned the lands they'd conquered and withdrew into the mountains of Okapacha. I've never seen any of their kind so much as set foot in the city. This was a people with the power and resourcefulness to raise a temple on a mountaintop and build a bridge across the sea with stone. What would move them to renounce their ambitions and their place in Tugali history? Blank pillar. Huh. Well, isn't that neat? Think. The story is yet to be written. Oh, this one has been unmarked. Papa says he left a blank pillar for the next chapter of Tuliola's history, whatever that might be. How'd you feel of history, then? Yes, thank you. Cool. History lesson! Glad to hear it. You know, I feel awfully hungry all of a sudden. No surprises there, seeing I couldn't keep anything down for a while. But now I think I'm ready to eat again. So let's go and have ourselves a bite of local delicacy. I'll take you to the best restaurant in the city. Tacos! Yeah. I like the sound of that. Give me a minute, I got time to get up. It's bothering me. Oh, lady. Hold on. Got my dog out again. Sorry about that. You need a different umbrella. Actually, what about the white one? There you go. Detail. Definitely had tacos. They're a Toliolo classic. You bake a crunchy shell made from corn flour and fill it with meat and salad. A lot of shops and stalls sell them, but I like how they're made here at Sabla tell you best. And I need one right in front of me, right now. Let's head downstairs and place an order with old Brooke Evil. Evil? Evil? Tacos! Give me tacos.
Brooke Evo! My companions must sample your heavenly tacos. One for each of us, please.
Right away, promise. And I'll pack them tight with my choicest feelings. Only the best for you and your friends.
This guy.
Did you hear the Silver Scares are back? Seems their overseas foray ended in disaster. More than half their warband is missing, including their leader.
Aye. And now keen to rebuild their broken reputations, the survivors seek the Golden City. A fool's errand. How many hopefuls have disappeared in search of that fable? They should count their lucky stars they came home alive at all.
The
legend of the Golden City is well known here, I take it.
It is, but as no one's ever seen it, many question if there is any truth to the tale. Like our skeptical Erinville.
I can't imagine the Dawn Servant would request a formal survey for a place that doesn't exist.
Now to find a spot with a pleasant view to enjoy our crunchy spoils. Oh. Oh.
If it isn't the third promise.
Oh. No.
I don't know these ones. New salt. Dredge from foreign waters is my guess, brother. Of course, that's it. Wuklamat is so afraid of the coming contest that she went crying for special help.
Was there something you wanted, Bakul Jaja?
The third promise remembers us! Such an honor! Glory on your name, brother. And on yours, brother.
I know my rivals for the throne. Nothing more.
Another child of the Dawn Servant?
No, this brute.
We have no ties to their farce of a family. Unlike the sneevling housecut, we are blessed siblings, the elevated chosen. We alone are fit to succeed Golul Jaja as Dawn Servant.
All peoples are equal in Tulihiola. Your heritage gives you no greater claim to the throne.
Shall we test that idea here and now? See if your strength is equal to ours.
Back off the corner.
None of this has any bearing on the right of succession, correct? Best not waste your energies on pointless scuffles.
The kitten comes to the house cat's defense. Pathetic. Since when was our nation overrun by mewling weaklings?
Know who you're
Listen
speaking
me,
to.
you.
A two-headed Mamulja. I knew of them, but that's the first I've seen in the flesh.
Some get it into their twin heads that they're destined to follow in my father's footsteps. So they travel to distant lands to hone their battlecraft. Those are likely the ones you've heard about.
Are there other two-headed claimants?
No, just Bakul Jaja. Even in Tural, his kind are far from common. The Mamulja people largely belong to one of three clans. The Hubigo, the Bunewa, and the Dopro. Every once in a great while, a two-headed offspring is born from a union between the brown-scaled Ubiko and the blue-scaled Bunewa. The child grows to possess immense strength, both physical and magical.
Blessed siblings indeed.
Forget them. Let's go and buy more tacos. I can think of nothing better to rid me of this bad taste in my mouth.
Yes. More tacos.
Enjoying your
no.
tour of the city, I trust.
Oh,
We've seen our share of notable sights and took a moment to rest. As such, we're ready to present ourselves at the palace for the rite of succession. Shall we meet you there?
The palace it is. I'll let Wooklamart know. Destiny calls. Perhaps we can return for more tacos later?
So it goes.
I wanted tacos now. Oh. Wait. Can you craft tacos? If they didn't allow us to craft tacos, then it's a little disappointing. I mean, yeah. But that's at level 100! Ah! I was looking forward to trying some authentic Toyolo cuisine. We should hurry and join Alphamel and the others at the palace. Alright, it's a bit of a climb to the top, but you can head up from the Splendid Quarter or even the eastern side of town much if you prefer. Now that you have an idea of how the city's laid out, I'll let you find your own way to Volokshunsa. Oh, my poor empty belly. The floor is so shiny. Hey, we saw this in the trailer. Cool. Good. Then we're all here. I'm still hungry enough to eat a whole roasted colibri, but the contest won't wait for us forever. Ooh. Nice. It's not better than what I'm already doing, but it's cool. Upon speaking to Endo, some cutscenes with main sequence, I have time. The Night of Succession. Anvil has been waiting patiently for your arrival. I have acquainted the twins with the city as best I could in a short time. Their unbridled enthusiasm made it rather difficult. Invariably, something would catch their eye, spurring them to run down an alley to investigate. It was like herding a pair of unruly crows. I understand all too well. Charlian had the same effect on me. Thanks for following me. OMG, the Pope! Hey! It's the Pope! Sweet. Thank you. Appreciate the follow. Now it's time we saw the inside of the palace. Papa will want to know I'm home, and to meet the allies I've chosen. Given how impulsive he is, though, there's no telling what we might be in for. Whoa. Ian, what are you up to?
Estinian? When did you get here?
More to the point, why is he here?
Oh, you know this man? Whenever my father spots a promising opponent, he invites them to Sunperch to duel. Pressing duties or no, he can't resist a good fight.
So the one Estinian is crossing blades with.
That would do, Spearman. I would receive my darling daughter. Know that you are the strongest I fought in many a moon, if not longer. It is the privilege of a life long lived to face such a formidable soul.
If it's formidable you want, then look no further than that woman there.
I see you, warrior.
Look at that face. I have a business.
We had no idea you meant to visit Tyrrell.
I've seen what lies east. This time I chose west.
And thus did our itinerant dragoon make his travel plans.
You witnessed our bout. If you thought he was fearsome, that was with one head dozing.
I'm not sure I understand.
The old man has been feeling his years. The uncovered side is the head of resolve, and age has only deepened his love for combat. But the head of reason, wiser of the two, sleeps more and more these days. As I understand it, the veil helps with the restoration of his magical energies.
Enough about me, Lamati. I want to hear of your adventures.
Lamachi.
A term of endearment. It's what my family calls me.
Oh. When last did we see you in the palace? Greetings, Solonesh.
It's Erenville now, Don Servant. I took the name while abroad, and have since grown accustomed to it.
Erenville, then. And these others? I assume are Lamati's recruited allies. Ha! Old-tempered steel. Yet as much as I'd enjoy testing their metal, the hour of the right is at hand. I will summon the other claimants at once.
Then I shall leave you to it. Good fortune, my friends.
The claimants are assembled. The first promise, Zorolja. The second promise, Ona.
Oh,
The third promise, Uklamat. And lastly, the chosen of Mamuk, Bakun Jaja. You four will compete in the right of succession, the outcome of which will decide who takes my place as Dawn Servant. I am not the man I once was. My wiser half sleeps the days away, and it is time I yield my position. But mine is a torch that has never been passed. Tuliola is young, So I look to the always for inspiration. The rite of succession. The means by which the autarch of Mamuk was chosen. Only the two-headed were deemed fit for this contest. But the Tuliola I built is a nation of many peoples. Our leader needn't have two heads, nor be a Mamulcha at all.
Two heads better than the one.
So I gave the right of claimant, not only to the son I sired, but to my adopted children as well. Yet the opportunity to rule was still not equal. That is why a recent tournament offered a place in the contest as the winning prize.
Now you have us to compete against.
Ow.
Oh, though it seems the one-head was already too afraid to face us in the tournament.
Our brother was in Shock Tural leading the Landsguard on a campaign to eradicate a Tural Vidral. Anyone with sense would know he was too busy for games.
Now for the part you've been waiting to hear. The nature of the contest itself. To triumph in the right of succession, and thereby claim our nation's throne, you must travel the lands of Yogg-Tural and find the City of Gold.
It's just fairy tales, right?
If I may, Father.
Speak, Corna.
The Golden City is an ancient Turali legend, but after so many failed attempts to find it, the story has become more fairy tale than fact. If you would charge us with such a quest, are we then to assume you have proof of the city's existence?
I offer as proof my unbroken word, for I have seen it with my own 4 eyes.
The city's real. All those years.
This was before the founding of Tuliobal. I traveled the lands of Tural with my companions, and we ended our journey at the gates to the Golden City. I mean to have you do the same, but in order to achieve victory proper, you need to break the seal I put in place. Bring them.
Ooh, what's you got? I wonder how the cape was made. Ooh, it's got the honey feathers in it. Hello? What's this? I didn't realize the lore would actually come in handy here.
The Tuliyola saga.
You will retrace the path I walked to unite our peoples, step by step. Along the way, 7 chosen electors will be waiting to measure your worth. Earn their keystones by performing the feats they ask of you. Once you've fitted each of the 7 tablets with the keystone, you'll have the key to unlock the seal on the Golden City's gates.
So the contest is in stages, none of which can be skipped by rushing to the ultimate objective.
Exactly. Exciting, isn't it?
Martial tournaments, hunting festivals, and now this? You do so love your contests, Papa.
Were I a few years younger, I would have joined in myself, giving you a proper challenge. You may think the ride is tedious or nonsensical, or both, but I am yielding our nation's throne. Let me have this final indulgence.
A waste of time. Just name Bakunja just successor and be done with it.
The rite of succession begins now. I'll be watching you progress with great interest. And Clement, remember to collect your tablets before you leave.
Nice.
You are one of Lamachi's allies. Speak freely.
I am Cryle Baldessian, representative of the students of Baldessian. My name is perhaps familiar to you?
Ah.
It would seem you sent this letter to my orders some years ago. The ink has since faded and much of the writing is illegible. Even so, we managed to determine the essence of it. A request to investigate the Golden City, addressed to my grandfather, Galuf. Included with the correspondence was this earring. A fairy tale and a piece of jewelry were enough to convince my grandfather to sail halfway across the world. So there is surely some greater mystery at work here. On behalf of the students, I've come to seek clarification on the matter. Have you any knowledge you might share with me?
No, not at this time. I have tasked the claimants with finding the Golden City. To fulfill your request would afford one of them an unfair advantage in the right of succession. But once the contest is decided, I plan to entrust the entire truth to my successor. If you want to hear it, then you had best help Lamachi win.
Very well, Dawn Servant. On my honor as a student of Baldessian, I will find your Golden City. Thank you for hearing my petition.
Nice.
How about that? She's grown into a remarkable young woman. You should be proud, Galuf.
How about that? Ooh. That is a sea of that. So colorful.
Too late to change your mind now, I suppose. But are you sure you wish to be part of this?
Why not?
Our third promise is not wont to take no for an answer. Though you may have agreed to help, I worry that you were swept up in her relentless enthusiasm. Or perhaps you've been lured by the glory of the Golden City. Either way, this contest for the throne will place you and yours at the heart of political turmoil. If you are second-guessing your decision, tell me now. This may be my last chance to help you withdraw.
Life is a series of journeys, my friend, and there's no telling what awaits us on the long road. But what's important is to be true to yourself as you walk it. Only then can we hope to be content when we arrive at the end of one and step forward into another.
I've made my decision, and I mean to see it through.
Is that so? I will speak no more of it then. As for my own involvement, I can no longer conduct myself as a mere guide, I think. Not after the Dawn Servant's revelation.
There's something in my eye.
Here they come! It's Saralja! Such a fearsome mien. Make no mistake, there goes Tuliola's mightiest warrior.
First promise, our village needs aid. The cold weather stunts our crops, and the children of our village go hungry. Once you ascend the throne, I beg of you, grant my people new lands, please!
Serelja. Take heart, tiller of the soil.
The Resilion son, blood heir to the Dawn Servant, has heard your pleas.
Sounds like a bunch of political BS to me.
Soralja, the first promise and commander of the Landscape. Serelja, the palaceer. As he was so careful to remind the crowd, Soralja is indeed the natural child of Gulul Jaja.
And Resilient Son, is that another title, like the first promise?
After a fashion, common knowledge has it that two-headed Mamulja cannot sire children. Yet Soralja was born all the same, with the head of resolved features and the head of reasoned scales. An extraordinary example of life's unyielding resilience.
And a warrior's reticence. He says little, but the way he moves... I know a hardened soldier when I see one.
He's a natural swordsman, a gift he inherited from his father. Some even say that the son has already surpassed the sire. Should he come to power, the first promise means to employ that martial prowess in the conquest of foreign lands. For this, he and his supporters have been labeled expansionists. This puts him in direct opposition to Wuklamat, who advocates for the preservation of peace. You may recall that she spoke of a claimant who cannot be allowed to rule. That is Soralja, the warmonger.
Cryon, are you alright?
The echo. It gave me a glimpse into Zoralja's ambitions. Deep and unknowable, like an abyss. Yet at the same time, a roaring, unquenchable fire. It was a trifle terrifying, to be frank.
Second promise, you must bring us more marvelous conveniences. More dirigibles and trains and the like. We need you in charge to make trading easier. The elders, they complain and complain about abandoning tradition. But we're not like them, afraid of everything foreign and new. You have our wholehearted support. With your ingenuity and knowledge, you're sure to win the contest.
Forgive me, but the rite of succession is barely begun. I will hear your petitions if and when I am named Dawn Servant. If you will excuse me.
Plain spoken, as always. That's Arcona. Practical to a fault.
Here we have Kona, the second promise, who spent time as a pupil at Charlian's own studium.
Now that you mention it, I think I did see him in the halls once or twice. There was nothing to suggest he was Turali, much less from a royal family.
That was by design. He forwent his usual garb and took an Eorzean name to avoid attention.
So it was Kona who introduced the dirigibles. And the railway too, given what we just heard.
In furtherance of his goal, to enrich Tuliolal with every bright notion he learned of in Charlia. He is the hope of those who prize innovation. As aloof as he may seem, Kona and Wuklamat actually get along rather well. They bicker and banter as only close siblings do.
Big guys themselves.
How gracious of you all to cheer the lesser Clayhawks. Come now. What are you afraid of? I'm no different from your Dawn servant. That my kind should reign is Mamulja tradition, and has been so since before there was a Tuliola. I'll brush aside your feeble contenders, and then you'll see who deserves your well said, brother.
The Mamulja have finally found peace in Tuliolal. I pity those fanatics are intent on keeping that tradition alive.
I totally agree with you, Pope.
Bakul Jaja, winner of the recent martial tournament, and the only claimant not of the Dawn's promise. His strength is undeniable, but you see how he is. A few devoted Mamulja are his only supporters,
What would he do with the throne should he win it?
His policies and so forth? I doubt he's thought much beyond winning the contest itself. But one thing seems certain. If he does become Dawn Servant, he will see the Mamulja exalted as the ruling class, and all others forced into subservience.
Sounds like another that cannot be allowed to rule.
We wish for one thing and one thing only, Third Promise. To abide together in harmony with our neighbors whom we love in this land we share. It is our way, the Turoli way.
Galul Jaja built for us this peaceful nation, and we beg you to preserve it.
You have my word. I won't let your pleas go unanswered.
Until Tuliolal was founded some 80 years ago, this continent was ravaged by war. The eldest among us remember that dark era, and they are Wuklamat's most ardent supporters.
Apologies, it's hard to get away. This is Namika, my childhood nursemaid. She's been like a mother to me my whole life. I told her it wasn't necessary, but she insisted on seeing us off.
Sweet.
I place our precious third promise into your care.
Did you know Wuklamat was taking part in the rite of succession?
Of the Dawn's promise? I thought it was only Zoralja and Kona. If she has any accomplishments to her name, I've yet to hear them.
Compared to the two Mamulja, she pales in martial prowess. And then there's Kona, who's far and away the most educated of the bunch. I hate to say it, but it's hardly a competition.
It's fine. More than anyone, I understand how much better my brothers are than me.
Better? Wuklamat. I have never thought of you as the lesser sibling. Your brothers may excel in their respective ways, but you boast qualities that both lack. A strength that is yours alone. Having cared for you for so long, I should know.
Thank you, Namika. Well, we ought to be on our way.
Yes, hurry along. I await word of your victory with bated breath.
Everyone here is so colorful. Cute. Well, so much for the brief reunion I had in mind. Papa is not one to waste time when he decides to act. I'm used to it by now, of course, but others are often caught off guard. In any case, we should talk about how we're going to find the City of Gold. All we have to work with are the 7 tablets and their connection to the Tuliolal saga. Might I suggest first comparing the tablets against the pillars? We could check for any discrepancies between them. Good idea. Let's go and take a look. The night music is so jazzy. I love it. Whee! Aww, that's adorable! Look at this! Look at that proud dad. Or mom, I don't know. Look at them. Proud parent. Proud parent. That's adorable. System configuration. Cats. I got to scoot closer. Oh, by the way, I do have little channel point redeems if you want to play with those at any point. I wish I had a second monitor so I could see what's happening, but that's okay. It's good things happen anyway. That makes everyone. What? The tablets, if you would? Of course. Everyone has a tablet, so let's compare them to their respective pillars. Keep an eye out for even the smallest differences. Unless I'm missing something, the glyphs appear to be identical. The only difference being that the tablets have hollows where the keystones are to be fitted. So now that we've established that the scenes are the same, where do we go from here? The Dawn Servant said we would retrace the path he walked in uniting Terrell's peoples, and that we would encounter 7 electors along the way. Then we have the answer here in front of us. Papa's path is all laid out in the Tuliala saga. The events the glyphs portray. Do we know the exact locations where they took place? If one is close, we could go there and search for an elector. That would confirm we're on the right track. Let me think. The Lay of Reeds was in nearby Honohanu settlement. Papa took me there once. It was during festival season, and the whole village was alive with good cheer. There's also the Lay of Gold. That involved the Pelopelo village, which is about the same distance from here. Before going anywhere, we should ask around about the road ahead. Heard a lot of talk as we toured the city about that storm we passed through at sea. Apparently it ravaged Dawntrail several days ago. Since our roads are not as well paved as yours is, they're more susceptible to damage from natural disasters. If we want to avoid wasting time taking a dead-end trail, I suggest we spend a few moments making inquiries. If it's information we need, just leave it to me. I'll bring the information to us. Look! Where are you going? It would be prudent to ensure we're prepared for the journey. We'll guide you to the accommodations I've arranged. Yay, accommodations. That's right. The reservation is under Wook the Mott's name. If you don't mind, I'll leave my companions to you. Certainly, sir. I'll go and track down the third promise. Once you've finished organizing your gear, you can meet us outside Zbala... Zbala... Yeah. I don't know how you pronounce that. Greetings, visitors to Tuliolol, and welcome to the Forgotten Cabins. Whenever you are ready, I will show you to your rooms. Cool. Yay. Whoa. It's huge. Why are there so many pits? Witchess, summoning bell, crystal bell, as usual. There's so many beds here. That one's got extra blankets on it. Comfy couch. Ooh. Now this is what I like. Yep. I love it. I love this so much. You can doze on these too. Yes. Oh, no. This is so fun. There's a big couch there. Wow. This is so nice. Let's see. Seasonal. More like it. Just the music in this place. Man. It's so good, you. Oh, good, they made some go. Or not. Let's see, did you make go? No. Did you make any go? Nope. Okay. And then... Whoops. There we go. Some spending money. Nobody messes with these. What's Kupo Kupo Adventure? How is this one? It's like one of those block Lego games. they come. Oh no, it's Ultros over there. Ah, and one more hit. There we go. Yay! Oh, there's 3 stages, okay. Oh no, here comes a cactuar. Oh, the cat will move. Oof. Uh-oh. Ah. Uh-oh. Oh, I'm gonna wait for that cocked one to move. There we go. Uh-oh. One of them made it across. Well, that was easy. What is this, boss fight? Nice. Ooh. Cactuar. Ow. Yeah. Hopefully that cactuar first. Ooh, that tonberry though. This is gonna be a tricky one. Almost out of mana. Oh no. Ow. Ooh. Nice. No! Darn it! Well, that was fun. That was a nice little thing to do. Oh? Did I dump anything in here? No. I don't dump anything in here. Nah, that's okay. I still have enough inventory space. Do 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 do. Well, at least the end's open now. Woo! That was a nice little story break. Yep, do it! Trust you to be the keenest to head out, Snowy. Where in Belen Wokalamont, I wonder. Probably eating tacos. Oh, good, you're all here. Who might your companions be? Seeing as we needed information, I thought who better to get it from than the locals. These two hail from the villages we're thinking to visit. I give you credit for taking initiative, at least. What do you mean, at least? I'm honored that the Third Promise would seek my advice. I, too, am happy to answer your questions. Any encounter might be an opportunity to do business. Thank you both for your help. Before we begin, there will doubtless be other occasions when we need to act independently, so I brought these for the two of you. More link pearls. What's this? It is called a link pearl, a gemstone harvested from a special shell. When linked together, they allow people to communicate across great distances. Is that so? What a handy thing to have! It'll be very useful on our travels. Speaking of which, I should get back to introducing my two new friends here. The Tuliolal saga features a number of Tulal's clans. Two of those, the Hanu Hanu and the Pelu Pelu, have settlements relatively close to the city, so I brought a representative of each. As I mentioned before, the Hanu are a cheerful people who love their festivals. They make their appearance in the Lay of Reeds, and their home village, Okeanu, is located in Kozamauka, I should say. The other smaller fellow is one of the Pelu, a clan of business-minded folk from Ukapasha. They appear in the Lay of Gold and craft all kinds of marvelous goods in Washpelo, the village. Now, as for deciding which village to visit first, why don't you put that adventurous instinct of yours to work with us? Snowy, pick our destination. Bird people. Well, bird people, and then bird people. Upon completing this quest, the main scenario will branch into two quest paths. Accepting the quest from the helpful Hanu will temporarily prevent you from accepting the quest from the approachable Pelu, and vice versa. Oh, okay, so it's like a temporary thing. Okay, so yeah, I can come back to him. I think I'll do Hanu first. The second quest path will become available from the expected NPC once you've completed the series of quests from the first path. Okay. Furthermore, story elements and quest rewards will not be affected. Speak with the NPC you prefer and embark on the trail for the successor. Okay, cool. The helpful Hanu is waiting to answer your questions. So what is it you'd like to know? Throughout to Okehanu. We go south through the Arch of the Dawn, then follow the road which runs alongside the Kozamauka River. Is that right? Watch is going off somewhere. Oh. Okay, right, I need to give him staying at 6. Hold on. It is. Be warned, however, my brethren tell me the recent storm has rendered the path even muddier than usual. The footing is quite poor in some parts. Far worse was the destruction visited upon our homes. Though houses were torn apart and several people injured, if not killed. Even our beloved festival is in danger of being called off this year. If you do still plan on going, I must urge you to proceed with caution. We'll be sure to watch our footing. Thank you. Now I'm waiting for the Hanu. It sounds like they were hit hard by that storm. Anyway, if we're bound for Kazamauka, we should head over to the arch. We'll be back to talk to you in good time, Master Merchant. Meanwhile, you can eat and drink your fill at Zablavtai. It's all been arranged. New dawn? Ooh, a new hunt. You there, you are Snowy Rose, are you not? The adventurer from across the water has been eating the third promise for strength. Then well met. To tell the truth, I've been meaning to make your acquaintance for some time. I have a proposition for you. You're familiar with the artists and hunts, yes? We have something very similar here in Toliolo, and having heard much of your philanthropic spirit, not to mention your capacity for violence, we should very much like to recruit you to our cause. If you're interested, speak with my associate, Bologa. The Zabral is the master of the hunt, and administers to the bells in the square overlooking the port. Tell him the Wing of Protection recommends you. Cool. Let's see. I think this one's a little more fitting. Yeah. That one's okay, but I think I might actually do this one. And portraits, because obviously let's mess with that. Save. But hey, I can change my outfit whenever. Save. There we go. Hopefully I get moving. Whatever. What do we have here? Your posture could use some work, but you've got good eyes. Eyes that have seen a few things. You here to sign up? The Wing of Protection recommended you, do they? Well, we're always on the lookout for new hunters, and if you're good enough for Wolf Lamont, you're good enough for us. Pleasure to have you with us, Snowy. But suppose I better get down to the introductions, or maybe I don't need to. This whole idea came from your side of the sea, after all. It was Corny who showed us your ways. Either way, I'll keep it brief. Our hunts work much the same way they do in Eorzea. You put a bounty on those beasts that prove themselves an enemy of the people. You kill them and bring us back the proof, you get your reward. While your reputation may precede you, rules are rules, and the rule is I have to test every hopeful out on beginner bills. Can't have every youngling with nothing to their name but a plowshare and a dream of glory skipping middle-way to doom. Prove yourself into lull, and I'll give you some bigger, bitier fish to fry. Cool. You're now able to undertake beginner Dawn Hunt mug bills from the Dawn Hunt board in Twiliolal. Defeat the monsters described on the bills, and you will be rewarded with tokens that can be exchanged for exclusive items. Okay, yep. Cool. That's unlocked. Quests. All the way up here. Somewhere. Oh! Where's my going on this way? Haha. All the way up. There's somewhere around here. Aha! There they are. LCB Ironwood. Fellow Iosian, am I right? Do you fancy yourself much of a sightseer? Dear old Millith gave you her journal. Aye, what a small world. It just so happens that I'm her cousin, Elsabe Ironfoot, at your service. Well, if you met cousin Millith, I'm sure you can guess why I crossed the salt, as they say. This continent is positively brimming with sights unseen by Eorzean eyes, and I'm here to discover them all. My twin sister and I, that is, you see, had more interest in York, while she was drawn to the vistas of Zak. So it was that we parted ways at the bridge, each of us touring half of Tyrol. So, give me a sightseeing log then. Let's see. Oh, how beautiful. I should like to see these places myself someday. Sorry, I was going to scribble down. My notes on Yog'Togol. I included what my sister shared with me of Zoc'Togol, but I'm afraid it isn't much. My twin's name is Emmeline, and she's still wandering about out there. Given your natural affinity for ironwoods, you'll doubtless run into her someday. Well, I'm sure you've got places to be and vistas to behold. May your journey throughout Togol be bright and unforgettable. Log stuff! Level 90 above. Okay. Well, that's easy. Cool. Many multitudes of movable jaw. Ow. Impatient Landsguard is expecting its partner to arrive any moment now. Ah, one of Wuklamat's companions. Say, could I trouble you to go and fetch someone for me? It's time for patrol, and my partner is nowhere to be seen. I'd handle it myself, but I could miss his arrival were I to leave my post. Knowing him, he is lost in conversation somewhere in Red Plume Post. Just look for Buena with the big eyes and dark blue scales. When you find him, tell him his partner is waiting for him. Might as well. It's right over here. Patrol, friend, I don't know who you've mistaken me for, but I just finished my shift. Do I look like some moon-eyed Buena to you? Clearly I'm a Doppler. Alright. Chill up, bro. Oh, I don't believe I have any work scheduled today. Mayhap you've mixed me up with someone else? Ah, no, I'm a Hubigo. Buena don't have long combs like ours. You see, they're most commonly identified by the hue of their scales. Troll partner, yes, I'm the one he's looking for. I don't know why he's always so needlessly punctual, but in fact still a few minutes before our shift. Then again, patience has never been a strong suit. In any case, thank you for letting me know. I suppose I'll head over early, just to be nice. Welcome back. My partner here let me know you sent him. Didn't I see you talking to another normal jaw before you found me? I suppose we all look alike to you people from across the salt. But appearances aren't everything, of course. With our superior arcane ability, we of the Bueno tribe are typically employed as mages or palaceers. As for the Hoopago, they're more likely to excel in feats of athleticism. The Dopko, meanwhile, are renowned for their skill at beasting. You can see one tending to a rival here over there. Ah, speaking of which, perhaps I should tell you about... Aye, that's enough. Sorry about him. My friend here can never remember when to hold on his tongue. Thanks again for your help. We've wasted enough time here. Onwards, to our patrol. Lovely. Nice. Yet an attentive culinarian dearly hopes his international delivery hasn't been lost at sea. You were on the ship that pulled into port just now, were you not? I have a favor to ask. I'm expecting a shipment addressed to Auntie's Tacos, but I fear it may have been unloaded on the southern pier by mistake. I'd be ever so grateful if you could speak with your crew for me. I need to be getting back to open shop, but if you do manage to find it, please bring it over. I'll see to it that you're paid for the delivery, I promise. Alright, I will be right back. Oh, when did that happen? I will be right back. And I am back. Let's do the thing. Oh wait. Talk to them too. Wait, corn? Happened upon a curious cob of corn that almost seems alive. The rustling of this corn sounds not unlike a dejected sigh. And you could swear it is looking out at the ocean. Oh, woe is me. It talks! It talks! Are you alright? You can see me? Oh, blessed be. For countless ages, I've watched over these lands. When man first tilled her soil, I was there. When they partook of her bounty, I was there. A silent guardian of the harvest. My present, unmistakable. Yet the passage of time would bring change to the people. They began to forget the old ways, forget me. I traveled the lands hither and yon, yet no matter where I went, I remained unseen and unheard. I feared before long I might shock this nigh immortal calm. Yet here at the last, I found a kindly soul able and willing to lend me an ear. But will she lend me a hand as well, I wonder? I wish to help the people of Tural fill their hearts and bellies both, lest their hunger invite terrible misfortune. All that are born into this world are deserving of happiness. Would you not agree? So let them eat, I say, eat corn and be merry. Alas, I cannot reach them in my diminished state, but you can, and so I shall bequeath unto you the most delectable corn dishes, which are to then be distributed to the masses. What say you? Why not? Talking corn that apparently no one else can see but me. Must be hallucinating from all the heat. Such selflessness, such compassion. How long has it been since the last I met a soul so grossly incandescent? I am but a humble stock basking in the warmth of your generous heart. Well, my friend, let us be off. Time to babysit some corn. The curious corn spirit has elected to be referred to as the corn servant. Speak with them again when you are ready to spread corn and... Well, this quest line's gonna be rather corny. Sorry, not sorry. Music too. This is gonna be fun. Talk to the corn. Goodness, how long has it been since the last man has partaken of my corn? I can hardly wait. The hungry belly is up to all cry out for satiation. Let us sally forth. Yeah, okay. Corn. What am I to do now? I'm like to starve at this rate. His belly, it speaks to me. I bid you offer him this grilled corn, seared to perfection with the hope that yet burns in my corny bosom. So glad I've got headphones on. Is that grilled corn? For me? That's awful kind of you. I'm new to Tuliolol, and that's been pretty hard. Harder since I lost my job. I've been so hungry lately I can barely think straight. But the smell of this corn, with its smoky sweet aroma, has brightened my day. I can hardly wait to eat it. Feels like maybe my luck is starting to turn around. Thank you, miss. I won't forget this. I'm enjoying this quest line. It is silly, and I love it. I'm here for it. Oh. Will John needs you to track down his wayward trainee. Oh, busy, are you? Earlier we got word that a shipment of parts has come in, so I lent my trainee to fetch them. He's still not back yet. I trouble you to pay a visit to the junkmonger in Bayside Bevy and ask if a young sorrow has been by. I'm in the middle of something here. Okay. And now I have all the quests. Cool. Oh, hold on. Blue checks. of water. Drink some more out of this one. Perhaps I simply skipped dinner today. A belly and a heart both in dire need of nourishment. Here, take my cob. Let its earthly scent and savory flavors offer her comfort. Grilled corn. My husband loved to grill corn. Life simply isn't the same without him. One moment I think I'm fine, then suddenly I find myself brought to tears. Even eating has been a struggle, but I know he wouldn't want me to mourn him. Thank you for this. I'll try to do better, for his sake and mine. The trainee mechanic from the dirigible landing? No, I'm afraid I haven't seen him today. It might be as he took the scenic route, as he's often wont to do. Seeing as you're looking for him, you may as well take the delivery along with you. Knowing Kufeljar, he won't be satisfied until both are brought to him. As for where his young charge might be, I often see him on a pier at high tide Harrisburg, gazing out at the sea. Like as not, you'll find him there now. Ooh! Sightseeing point! Bayside Bevy. Playing host to a never-ending stream of customers, the largest marketplace in Tuliolal is replete with goods from every corner of Tulal. Its proximity to the harbor ensures that cargo unloaded from the boats and barges can be transported directly to the shelves of local merchants. Fuel. I'm so hungry, but I have no money. May the gods forgive me for what I'm about to do. Do you hear that, friend? His belly weeps from hunger. Pray offer him this corn. Let its smoky sweetness give him comfort and deliver him from foul temptation. This is a treat. Is this grilled corn for me? Truly, my stomach has been in knots for days. Thank you. Shames me to admit it. I tried my hand at gambling and lost everything. I was so desperate for food. I was tempted to do terrible, terrible things. This corn has filled my aching stomach and helped to clear my head. Oh, what a fool I've been. It's time I start over and get my life together. The rumbling of bellies in need has ceased. Come, let us find a quiet place to speak. Okay, so this thing is probably kind of like an hospice? I don't know. Let me turn my thing off there. Full glad am I to have helped the people of Tuliolal. Indeed, my kernel swelled with joy at the sight of their happy and content faces. And you, friend, your kindness cannot go unrewarded. Meet me at the gate over yonder, and I will see you duly compensated for your trouble. Okay, little coin man. Okay. Well, man, coin guy, coin friend. Yeah, we'll go with that. Coin friend. Yeah, I'm not ready to leave yet. There you are. I hope our little excursion was as fulfilling for you as it was for me. It is a terrible thing to be hungry. Unattended bellies are quick to fill themselves with pain and anguish, feelings that will lead the heart astray. Thanks to you, my corn has sated the hunger that would otherwise invite misery to this place. From the bottom of my cob, I thank you. Pray, take of my corn. May these kernels keep your belly full and spirits lifted. Now, I really must be going. While the people of Tuliyola may be content, there are other hungry souls out there in need of nourishment. Until we meet again. Thanks for the corn. Alright, let's keep going. Plant T's got an idea, of course. Not sure what he told, but all imports from Eorzea are unloaded on this side. That culinarian makes some good tacos, but I'll be damned if he can pay attention to half the words I say to him. His orders back to Gatti in that crate there will bug me if it ain't heavy. Take the shipment to the attentive culinarian at Auntie's Tacos before the time runs out. You will have 120 seconds to complete the task. Okay, so it's one of these. That's mechanic. You found it! Thank the gods. I don't know what I would have done had my cookbook's been left on the dock back in Limsa. What luck that I could flag down such a hospitable deckhand. Wait, what do you mean you're not part of the crew? I thought you came into port with my books. A taco stand gets a lot of tourists, so I thought I'd import some cookbooks from the culinary capital and brush up on foreign food culture. Who knows, one of these days I might just invent an Eorzean-style taco. Anyway, my apologies for the misunderstanding. As payment, take these freshly made tacos on the house. Cool. Free tacos! It's not Tuesday, but I'll take tacos any day. Nice. Okay, where am I going? Down. Another lookout spot. High tide, however, to the abundance of reefs in Tuliola's coastal waters, marine visitors are forced to anchor their ships out at sea and board smaller vessels to make safe landfall. The harbor's name is no idle promise, as even boats with shallow drafts can be caught on rocks when the tide is low. Cool. What's here? Oh, sorry, I was lost in thought. How can I help you? Yeah, these are deliverable parts. My mentor sent you to find me? And you brought the parts we ordered? Well, you probably caught me slacking. Not to judge at a glance, but you're not from around here, are you? Do you happen to know anything about dirigibles? Somewhat first, perhaps? You at least know what they are and what they do, I take it. I understand you're part of the world for his airships, but in all, the dirigible is king. I've only just started my apprenticeship, but my dream is to one day cross the sea in a balloon of my own making. Naturally, my first destination will be Australian, where the great Corner learns so much of what he knows. What a journey it would be. There I go again. The moment my thoughts turn to daydreams, I'll find myself here at the harbor. If that's enough time wasted, I'd better take these parts to the dirigible landing. The trainee got here just ahead of you. Now, what's this I hear about the two of you having a heart-to-heart at the harbor? He wants to cross the sea in his own craft. Good for him, I say. A boy's age ought to dream big. The technology the second promise brought home to Tuliolal has sparked new ideas among the youth like nothing I've ever seen. Mark my words, they'll do great things for this country one day. Me, I've got my claws full keeping these dirigibles up and running, but the next generation has my support. Nothing would make me prouder than to watch them soar to ever greater heights. Ha! Great, now you've got me waxing all sentimental. Something in the fumes, perhaps. Take your word and run along before I embarrass myself, would you? Excuse me, wait, let's see what the pants look like. Oh, I like these pants. Ooh, hello. Nice pants. I'll use the black one. Because it goes with both blue and red. Are we all ready at the lead? Then onward to Kazumuoka. Open the way!
Kosamauka, the land of rainbow terraces. It commands the gaze of all who visit without fail. The many-colored marvel. An endless torrent of water cascades over sheer cliffs to shape the wetlands below. To its relentless flow, all life must yield. Together with Wuklamat, we proceeded along the Marcy Trail, a road upon which the Dawn Servant and his comrades once traveled.
Kazumuoka. Inject. I got old again.
Look at those falls. Even from this distance, you can feel the weight of that water.
The Isle of Ham was impressive, but as you can see, Tulihiola does not want for natural wonders.
What a goofy smile.
The ground is swampy, so watch your step. You wouldn't want to fall into a bog.
Or turn into a frog.
Oh, told you I've been here before. Come on, Okanu isn't much farther.
Oh, I just realized she has a toe ring. There's no stopping third promise, is there? Good thing she has Erranville to keep her from getting lost. Rahl is grumbling. He's certainly there for her. Everyone should be so lucky to have such a loyal child then. Right, let's get moving. If we continue along this road, we should find ourselves in the village before long. Can I please pull out a mount? You know what? This calls for the Mountain Zoo. Where is it? There we go. Oh wait, I can't fly here. Let's see, collections, collection. Ethan compass. $145 southwest. Nope, 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 nope. Ah! I forgot things are gonna be trying to kill me out here. $214 to the west. Okay, somewhere over here. Ah, there it is. $911 to the south. $230 south. It's 79 south. Okay, so it should be straight ahead of me. Potentially. Southeast. South. Oh man. It's on top of that cliff, isn't it? So I'm not seeing it in. Oh, there it is. Found it. Southwest. So somewhere out there, southwest. Okay, to the south. I see. It's up. I'll have to wait on that one. This unity is so cool. I'll talk to the Alpaca Keep. Okay. Cool. don't know why, but this tune reminds me of Maple Story. There we go. Feel like I've gotten it sufficient there. Everyone has arrived. None of them the worse for wear, except for a certain third promise who slipped in the mud despite my explicit warnings. I asked you not to say anything. Anyway, this is the Hanu village I was telling you about. Okay, Hanu. Oh, so like okay, Vanu, but Hanu. Okay. Clement wishes to seek out the Dawn servants elected. Please be first, please be first. It's like our friend said, the people are in no mood for festivities. I can only assume they are all still recovering from the damage wrought by the storm. Indeed. Well, let's do what we came to do and find the selector. Oh, Kelly. Oh, what? No, it's like a lolly ho. It's a Hanu greeting. Surely you couldn't the last time you were here. Well, I was busy enjoying the festival. Greetings to the third promise and her entourage. I, Zonahali, welcome you to Okeanu. As elder of my people, I shall also be fulfilling the duties of elector during the rite of succession. So our idea about the electors was correct. We just do as Papa said and retrace his path from the saga. I'm ready. Give me the feat and test my worth. All in good time, all in good time. In fact, I came to let you know that we are not quite ready to begin. For the moment, please enjoy the hospitality of our village. Should we poke around a bit then? We might pick up some clues about the feat. You know, prepare ourselves. That's surprisingly prudent of you. What? You think I'm being too cautious? No, I'm impressed is all. You admire and respect your father, who's prone to decisive action. So I expected you to rush in first and ask questions later. Or never. I do look up to Papa, but you should know that he has a pragmatic side too. The head of reason is the thinker who takes time to consider all the possibilities. With the long naps he takes these days, though, the head of resolve is less restrained by his wisdom. Can't fault you for thinking that's all there is to him, but there's more to the Dawn servant you've seen thus far. I should like to speak with the head of reason one day. Well, I'm sure you'll catch him awake soon enough. To return to the subject at hand, you wish to take a look around Okayahanu, then? Do some guard work before the feat begins? Something like that. I mean, I could probably pass this test with my eyes closed, but it'll keep us busy while we're waiting. Well, Clement has the right of it. As Elder Zanahali is a resident of this village, learning more about it can only improve our chances in the feat. might I suggest a division of forces? For instance, Annabelle, Alize, and Kyle could concentrate on the southern half of the settlement. Meanwhile, Lamont, Snowy, and myself will handle this northern half. Sounds good to me. Gemstone training. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad to say that the damage from the storm has been repaired, and our stores are open for business. If you have any bicolor gemstones to trade, I'd love to take a look. Cool. Ah, okay. So they've got a few ingredients. Don't need those now, but good to know. The gaping hole in the wall and missing portion of the roof are clearly the work of the storm's powerful winds. Repairs appear to be ongoing. You heard about the storm. I've never seen the likes of it before. Heard about the storm, seen the likes of it before. With the supplies and help the Dawn Serpent sent, we're making progress repairing and building our homes. But while roofs and walls can be patched, there is so much else that was lost for good. Go talk to Luke. A lot of houses are still damaged, and the Hanu I've spoken to are not their usual cheery selves. That storm broke more than wooden reeds. There must be something I can do to help them. I'm going to look around a bit more. The giant shrunken bundles suggest the leads were harvested some time ago. woven from reeds, this boat-like vessel is reminiscent of a boat. The beak and feathered tail in particular stand out. Aww. But I can't ride on it. This boat must be woven from the same reeds I've seen gathered into bundles here and there. The plants hold both practical and cultural significance to the Hanu then. Hello, can you all hear me? I'm told they're ready to receive us now. Come to the large building in the south of the village. On my way. We ought to hurry over too.
No sign of Zorolja, or that oversized lout.
How much easier it would be if Zorolja were to fail here. But that isn't likely to happen.
Honored guests, I am Zanuhali, Elder of the Hanu. I am also an elector, charged with judging which among you is worthy of ascending the throne. Without further ado, let us talk of the feat.
Not so fast. Surely you couldn't begin without us.
You made it after all.
Speaking.
No need to fuss. There is no time limit for this challenge. Now, if you would allow me to proceed. It is here, in Okanu, where my people forged a bond with the Dawn Servant during our own chapter of the Tuli Yolal saga. In homage to those events, I have prepared for you the Feat of Reeds.
Reeds seem to be of great importance to the Hanu. I wonder what this feat entails.
We use reeds in every part of our lives, be it as food or weaving material. But look around the nearby paddies, and you will see that this season, our crops are failing. How fortunate, then, that my appointment to Elector coincided with this predicament. For surely, those who aspire to be Dawn Servant would find the matter of an ailing harvest a mere trifle to resolve.
Aye, well, it is indeed the duty of a ruler to address the people's woes.
Exactly, exactly. Do well in this, and you will earn my keystone.
Why bother mucking about in the mud when we can take the stone by force?
Oh, mercy me! You are a hot-headed fellow, Bakul Jaja. Some electors may enjoy going toe-to-toe with scrappers like you, but I refuse to entertain your base instincts. Arrangements have been made. Should you attempt to engage a feat giver in combat without their consent, word of your immediate disqualification will be sent to the palace. If you're still feeling feisty, then by all means, draw your weapon.
This contest is presided over by cowards. There's no sport in fighting you.
Then we can return to the business of earning my keystone. The feat of reeds is begun. Claimants, I wish you the best of luck.
The clever kitty crossed the seas to study foreign novelties. He might know tricks we don't. Tricks we can use.
What of Little Miss Mittens?
Little Miss Mittens.
You know the answer to that. Compared to the first and second promise, she's a distant third. Not even in the running.
Then we see eye to eye on this, brother. Being Bakul Jaja so long with me has rubbed off on you. These allies of hers, though, they might be a problem.
Let's do the thing!
Damn it! I'm just as qualified to be here as they are. I'll show them.
Easy now. There's no time limit, remember? Let's keep calm and think things through.
Right. You're right. I won't win against that lumbering Vidrol by losing my head.
Excuse me. What's this? Whoa, that is a look. Huh. Definitely something. That's for sure. Books? I don't know the first thing about farming, but if there's a way to save the harvest and help the Hanu, then we're going to find it. I'll make the cool Jaja eat his words. Understanding the nature of the problem will be the key to solving it. We need to examine the reeds themselves, and then deduce the cause of their poor condition. Annabelle, will you take us to the fields where the reeds are grown? Of course. Follow me. Oh. Have I attuned? I should attune. We can all stand back. I'll get to the bottom of this problem in no time. Give me strength. Let's all of us scour the fields and help our bold leader identify anything unusual. As Autumn Holly described, the leads appear wilted and unhealthy. The water contains no obvious contaminants and looks fresh and clear at a cursory glance. That was bothering me. Texture thing. Ah, my nose! The soil in the patties is as one would expect, rich in color and suitably moist, not dried nor flaky. Poor frog. So lethargic. Small frog catches your eye, strangely lackadaisical. It doesn't even bother to hop when it eventually scurries away. Well, that's kind of sad. Poor frog. Seen enough. I'll call everyone together and we can share our discoveries. Well, what do we think? Any obvious problems? Well, there was a lethargic frog. I agree. The waters look to be of good quality, as does the mud in which the reeds have been planted. Frogs and insects are usually torpid. This suggests that a problem is affecting not only the reeds, but also the creatures which live among them. Could something invisible to the naked eye be polluting the water? We would need an alchemist to know for certain. I don't have much to add about the fields, but something else occurs to me. When you were describing how the creatures seemed lifeless, I couldn't help but be reminded of all the listless villagers. They've suffered a terrible tragedy, I know, but there is another reason for the flagging spirits, I believe. Go on. The festival! This is traditionally an occasion for celebration and renewal, so without it, the Hanu are struggling even more to recover. The last time I visited, the village was in the middle of the festivities. You'll never see the Hanu more joyful and alive. It's an indispensable part of their culture, and its absence will only compound their woes. So I say we help them put on their festival. Give them a reason to cheer in these sad times. Who knows, maybe fixing one problem could lead us to a solution for the other. Stranger things have happened. Right? I fail to see the relation between festivals and fields. Let's not be too hasty in dismissing the idea. Things which seem unrelated can later prove to be connected in surprising ways. True, and being bereft of ideas as we are, any proposal is worth entertaining. I suppose. Besides, this is Rook Lamott's journey. It's only right that we follow her lead. Thanks, everyone! By the way, does anyone know where the festival float is? It's like a boat woven from reeds that looks like a bird. Oh, I saw that one earlier. And yeah. And that big building to the north? Let's go and see it! What are you thinking, Erinville? There's much less debate when I'm traveling alone. This is the float I remember. Does it not appear somewhat damaged to you? We should take a closer look. Inspect the festival float and maybe. Okay, cool. It's one of those. I like these. These are fun. Oh, it's obviously missing an eye. Let's try it is. And some adornments, maybe? I don't know. Ooh, excuse me. Oh dear, one of the bird's eyes seems to be missing a gemstone. Oh, that's definitely broken. How will they lift this great big vessel without all the carrying poles intact? And what else? What else am I missing? No? Oh. These tail feathers have seen better days. I swear the colors were a lot brighter the last time I saw them. Well, I think we can all agree this bird boat is in dire need of repairs. Now, how do we go about fixing it? What is going on here? We were admiring your festival float. 'Tis a shame it's in such a poor state due to the recent storm, we gather. Yes, we had to leave it exposed while we ushered our people to safety. With a float in this condition, there can be no lifting of wings. No Ihana. Ihana! That's what the festival is called. I want to help you hold it. Have you not seen our village? Homes are ruined, we're struggling to make repairs, and you want us to hold a harvest festival? I know how it sounds, but giving in to misery never improved anyone's situation. A celebration of life and growth may help give you the strength to work through this tragedy. The role of festival leader is mine this year, and there's nothing I would like more than to lift everyone's spirits. But we don't even have enough materials to repair the float. We need a boxy with a missing eye, yoyopo wood for the poles, and feathers from the winds chosen to adorn the tail. 2 of these I know. Bokiksa is a type of precious stone used in arcane equipment, and yoyopo wood is essential for crafting ceremonial instruments. These chosen feathers, however... Winds chosen is the victor of a competition in which the contestants see who can blow a feather the furthest using wind magics. And that's something of a problem right now. We Hanuhanu are gifted at employing such airy sorceries, but spend a good deal of mana when doing so. We're soon exhausted by the effort, and having no reeds to eat will only make it harder. I think I understand. Your vibrant reeds grow quickly and vigorously, so much so that they stifle the development of nearby plants. They must be a potent source of the energies you naturally lack. They are indeed. Owing to the poor harvest this year, we've been left innervated. And if we cannot gather the correct materials as dictated by custom, we cannot repair the festival float. Oddly enough, we may have just stumbled upon our solution. The winds chosen would, by necessity, have a natural gift for manipulating magical energies, which means any feathers taken from the victor should be at high and ethereal conductivity. The float's construction also requires a stone used in arcane equipment, as well as timber favored for ceremonial tools. The demand for such specific materials must have an underlying reason. I continue, Alpha now. I imagine you've already reached the same conclusion, but I believe this boat of reeds is, in fact, an arcane focus of some kind. A focus? For what? Oh, Ihana is a harvest festival, isn't it? That must mean the float was made to encourage healthy crops, so if we repair the boat and hold the festival, its arcane powers might fix what's wrong with the reeds. We won't know until we try, but 'tis a sound theory. Celebration, prayer, ritual ceremonies, these have all been known to elicit miraculous effects. Wait. The float? A tool for magic? This is the first I'm hearing of it. In the beginning, it may well not have been. After a good harvest year, there would be no reason to change it. But when the harvest was poor, new adornments were likely added, and those who performed the labor may have imbued their work with ardent hopes for a brighter future. Through years of trial and error, the Hanu would have refined their festival float into a focus for harvest prayers. Incredible. I know you're practically fainting from hunger, but reviving Ihana really does sound like the solution to all your woes, and I promise we'll do everything in our power to help you. I'm still not convinced about this focus business, but I accept your aid nonetheless. I will introduce you to the shipwright who's been maintaining the float these last few years. He has replaced both the eyes and the pulse before, so he should know where and how to hear what we need. Then allow Alize and I to acquire the feathers. We will encourage the people of Okeanu to gather and vie for the title of Winds Chosen by sharing with them our own reserves of mana. I'll go with you. I carry some alchemical brews that may afford the same effect. That leaves us to get the rest. The three of us will visit the shipwright then. Not without me. I have worked hard to fix the float as best I can. And the responsibility is mine, after all. I've not introduced myself, have I? My name is Linuhanu. Nice to meet you, Linuhanu. And certainly, let's all go together. Thanks to Luke Lamont, we found ourselves a promising way forward. Experience and knowledge are valuable assets. But there is something to be said for following one's instincts. Yes. Here. Step over here for a second. Nine, apply. That. Then, now I've got that all prepared. Okay, pants. I think the pants are okay. Lobo skin. And then yeah. Ooh. Nice. Portraits, edit, save. There we go. Cool. Linuhanu wishes to take you to the shipwright. Shipwright's name is Wukibu. He's a Sabral who only moved to Kazamauka a few years ago, but has since mastered our customs to an almost frightening degree. He's especially strict when it comes to manners, so make sure to offer him a proper Hanu greeting. We wouldn't want to offend him right before asking a favor. Proper Hanu greeting? Oh, that one! Don't worry, I remember how it goes. Then we shouldn't have any problems. Let's head to Okekbe. Okbekbe. Okbekbe. To the east of here. Oh, there's something here. I can pick it up. What is it? What do I talk to? I don't see the, thing to do. Vault. Oh, it's up. Sanahanu is twiddling his claws nervously. Oh, I simply don't have enough. I'll never finish at this rate. Oh, but a kind soul may change that. Kind and strong enough, I think, to help me with the little problem I have. You see, soon we Hanu will begin to shed our feathers and grow new coats. But the great storm washed away our store of combs. We can't very well use our claws, so I've spent every spare moment since crafting as many as I can. Now my supplies run short. If I had a shell from a mushroom marble beetle, I could make enough combs for everyone. Please make haste to the southwestern forest and hunt one. I can feel my feathers falling out as we speak. It's too tall. Unless... Whee! Then we had Hanu is gazing at the wooden pillars with worry in his eyes. Honored visitor, might you lend me your aid? Since the storm, I've worked day and night to prepare our homes, and the end is finally in sight. The last step is to coat the floors and foundations with the resin that protects from water. There's simply too much work for one pair of claws. You will help me then? Splendid! We should start by gathering the resin from the trees to the north of Okehanu. An effort. Then all we have to do is use it to coat the structures and to fortify them against the elements. I'll apply resin to the floors after I've made my final repairs. and I ask that you handle the supporting pillars. Afterward, they should withstand the worst the heavens can throw at them. Cool. I will try not to use flying mounts until I can actually fly. Because that's just weird having to walk on a flying mount. A mobile beetle, huh? That's a random beetle. I have a day off, not a week. Get back already. You did hunt a mature beetle, yes? Not a newly hatched one. What do you think? My, this is an exquisite shape. I shall make combs fit for Kixai. As you can imagine, molting season, one's floors covered in falling feathers. If our coat isn't properly shed, it can be more than just an ice. Old feathers can make us sick. That's why a good comb is as essential to us as a good spear. And it's also why you deserve a word that befits your contribution to health and beauty. Yay. Onwards. Yub. A thick, viscous resin goes slowly into the bottle. Go to Okbekbeki and coat its pudding pillars with the substance. Well, the good news is the main story quest is right there, so I'll do my little side job and then do the main story. Mix out. Now go back up. This is Okbekbe, the village of all. Those who drift into Kozoma, Oka, Toliola, and elsewhere are welcome to live here alongside the Haunted. As for Wukibu, he lives and works in the House of Waters High, at the top of that large tree nearby. Follow me, but I should warn you, the climb up the stairs can be challenging. Challenging, you say? Well, I'm up for a challenge. Old man.
What do you want with me?
Right. The greeting. Oh, Kali!
Oh, Kali!
The dwarves!
Good. You brought your manners with you. When in Ukano, do as the Hanu do. For a country as diverse as
When in
ours,
Go.
the preservation of harmony demands that we respect the cultures of all peoples who call it home.
Well, that explains your familiarity with Hanu customs. And you speak truth, of course. To live together means to learn about each other.
Ah, I appreciate an open mind.
I don't know why, but he all of a sudden started sounding like, Uncle Arlo. Oh.
In fact, I get the sense we've met before.
You're Wuklamat. Oh, what an unexpected honor for old Wokavu. Here I am prattling on about manners, and I've gone and insulted the third promise herself. There is no excuse for this betrayal of etiquette.
Guy.
Please, take up your axe and claim my...
Guy.
Will not? Keep your head. I hate formalities anyway, so forget about it, alright?
Alright then, consider it forgotten.
How prompt.
We're actually here about the Ihihana float. It's in bad shape, and we need you to craft new carrying poles and a new eye. I'm told you work with Uyuipo wood and a certain kind of stone? Abokisha?
Keisha.
That I do. But while I would like nothing more than to offer my services, I just used the last I had of both those materials. My lumber in particular went to fixing homes damaged by the recent storm. I'll need 10 days or so to restock.
We can't wait that long. If you tell me where to go, I'll gather them myself.
What? Send the third promise out on an errand like some common lackey? That's utterly unconscionable. A gross violation of social protocol.
I told you not to worry about such things.
All right then. I shan't worry a whit.
Is this guy okay?
What's with your honey friend there?
I am festival leader this season, and have come along to oversee the float's repair. As strange as it may sound, Wuklamat and her friends believe the float is an arcane focus, meant to encourage the growth of our struggling reeds.
Too many Hanu have forgotten, it seems. But that is indeed the true purpose of the lifting of wings. Your education is impressive, Third Promise.
Well, maybe a little.
Allow me to show you where to procure Uyuipo.
Uyuipo?
You can leave the Abokisha to your friends, I presume? Take yourself to Cave Kikitola, or thereabouts, and you should find the stones you need.
Kikishtola?
I've been there once or twice. I can guide you.
Excuse me. Oh, I'm silly.
That should save us some time.
All right then, let's get moving.
Chosen one of your rivals is making progress.
Of course. Hey, Zustra, welcome in.
Ihihana, you say? Should our first choice fail to deliver, it might be wise to let this play out.
Shut up,
The
fuckwall.
third-rate promise is making herself useful after all.
Cape Kikitola is southwest of Okani. We can return to the village first, then head there on foot. On foot, you say? I have a motorcycle! And a car! I'm gonna drive in style. Boom, boom. Hope you're doing well, Zistra. I'm currently doing the most recent expansion for Final Fantasy XIV. Look at my fancy car. It's so fancy. Such a dork. I am. That was swift work, and well done. The pillars that support our feet are every bit as vital as the reeds which guard our heads. If they're damaged, the very foundation of our lives becomes unsteady. You may have never seen such houses as these, but they're built this way for a reason. These humid climes, our elevated wooden floors, are cooled by the air flowing upward, and help keep floodwaters from running our feet. The white discs on the pillars aren't merely decorative either. They keep away mice and other small animals, but for all its benefits, wood rots easily. So we must reinforce it, or else be stuck in a cycle of constant rebuilding. Thanks to your help, these structures will hopefully still be here for years to come. Take this, small token of appreciation for your efforts. I got a horse that rides a motorcycle that drives a Ferrari that drives Optimus Prime. Ooh. Thanks, Sister. Appreciate that comment. It's a fun comment. What's Connor giving? Ooh, a lane? Don't mind if I do. Oh. 645. Oh. Yeah. Hold on. Ah. Stupid chest. Perfect. Oh yeah, do any of these new buttons work? Ooh. Wait. says I'm the streamer. I can do these whenever I want. Yes. Oh, these are gonna be fun. I don't know what that looks like, but I hope it's cool. Southwest of here, was it? Let us be on our way. Onwards! Also, let's check with the ether compass here. Northeast. I'm not going northeast right now. Darn. Go southwest. Yeah, you all go away. I don't care about you. Yup. Keep Kikatola as promised. Home to many deadly creatures. Venture inside if you feel confident. But I will conduct my own search out here. You can spot a box shell by its green-hued glimmer. Bring anything matching that description to me. I shall help scour the inside of the cave, then. You take the west half, and I'll take the east. Oh, wait, cave. It is a cave. Wait, how do I get in here? Oh. Thanks for killing that, Bloomy. Upon closer inspection, you find that the glimmer you spied was just light reflecting off the water. Ah, no! You find a chunk of stone glowing a distant shade of green. This seems like the exact kind of mineral Inohana was looking for. I picked over the ground near the entrance, but found nothing. Did you have better luck inside the cave? Sure did. Yeah. Yes, this is Baksha. Along with Kyle's contribution, we have more than enough for our needs. The stones you've got shine very brightly. I thank you both. He would have been happy to know we were putting things right. Truth be told, a good friend of mine was meant to be festival leader for this year's Inohana. But when that big storm hit, he did not survive. It fell up to me to carry on in his stead. That was why you agreed to Wuklamat's request, despite your initial reluctance. Yes, it hurt to hear it. She was right. Though I must warn, I cannot let my grief consume me. Her words made me realize the path to my recovery, our recovery, is already laid out before me, and I will walk it, for myself and for my friend. Thank you for sharing your story with us. Please, rest assured that we've taken your plight to heart. I'm certain my companions are procuring the other materials as we speak. everything will come together, and the Hanu shall host a splendid, uplifting festival. That we shall. With that, let us return and deliver the Baksha into Wookievo's waiting hands. I could teleport, but I don't want to. It's funny. Optimus Primal. Okay, that's definitely a job up. Maybe a didgeridoo in that. That's fun. House of Water's High. This is so tall. Thanks to the third promise and the mighty swings, we've collected some suitable logs of Yoko. What of the Baksha? Yes, these are excellent samples. A goodly quantity, too. At this stage, you've likely surmised that the lifting of the wings encourages the crops to grow, but not exactly how, eh? Well, you're in for a treat. If all goes to plan, the results should be spectacular. Yet another hit, sister. Fantastic. Well, that's just good. Now, to get to work crafting these pieces for the float. I could use an assistant boost in the arcane arts to enhance the weapon's conductivity. And I'd be delighted to help. Everyone else should head back to Okana. We'll join you at the float once the work here is complete. Okay. Boop. Oh, I'm gonna be dead on time. Nope. Almost dead now. Battling the Weepo was a trial in of itself. At first, Wakibu criticized everything I did. Then, he suddenly yelled, "I've spoken ill of the third promise and must punish myself!" and proceeded to slam his head into a weepo tree. I told him not to worry about it again, and it was like snuffing out a candle. He is an odd one, that's for sure. At least we've seen to the poles and the new eye. Now we just have to wait for the feathers from the twins. Yay! Pumpkin orange, Ochu green, Celeste green. Ochu green. Or pumpkin orange. Ochu green, Celeste green are my options. Celeste green. Oh. Wait, how do you set favorites? Oh. Ultra green, Celeste green. Ochu, Celeste. I think I like Ochu green. And instead of green, yeah, I don't know. I'll have to think of it. Have a good one, Zestra. See you around. I'm gonna go sit on a box real quick. Let me head out for a sec. I will be right back. Alright, and I am back. Let me get out of I can. Ah, there's work. I said I was gonna go for the butcher clean. I got plenty of these just by doing other stuff, so it's fine. We should get some rest before the excitement begins. Over there, by the float. Isn't that the third promise? Then the rumors are true. She's trying to complete the feat of reeds by reviving Ihahana. The festival is a prayer for healthy crops, but does she honestly believe that will be enough to save our harvest? The second promise, meanwhile, barely glanced at the fields before leaving Okanu altogether. Maybe we asked too much of the young claimants. Oh, I wouldn't be too quick to get that phone out. A friend of mine overheard him muttering by the gates something about what needs to be done. That's so. Perhaps we'll get to see another of his innovations firsthand. Sounds like a corner. One look at the leads was all I needed to think of a solution. Be that as it may, our own solution is nearly ready. Indeed. As soon as the others get back, the long-awaited festival can begin. It took some doing, but we managed to gather competitors to vie for the title of Winds Chosen. The winner was only too happy to donate his feathers. You should have seen it. He called forth an incredible gust that sent his feather sailing for miles. We had a turn ourselves, but it's more difficult than it looks. Banner and bells twirled in the air for a moment before landing on his foot. Hey, Magdalena. Magic is not part of our training. As for us, we've got the wood and gemstone replacements crafted by Wookiever. All that's left is to attach them. Has it been decided who will ride the float? Papa was the guest of honor the last time I was here. I remember being surprised they could even lift the thing with his hulking weight on top of it. The rider must be a personage of great esteem, which is why an invitation is usually extended to the Dawn Servant. This time, however, I have another in mind. Oh, who is it? Our beloved Iana. The lifting of wings is only being held because of you and your companions. Thus do I nominate you, Uklamot, as our guest of honor. Huh? Me? This boat won't make me seasick, will it? I don't think so. Then what anchor? I can hardly refuse a request from one even more enthusiastic about the festival than me. I would be delighted to ride your float. Thank you, Wooklamot. have goals for the rest of you as well. We'll be carrying the festival float in a slow procession towards Kozanaki, where the sacred likeness of Gurksai is ensconced. What I'd like you to do is clear the path of dangerous wildlife, so that the procession can move along unimpeded. Consider it done. You expect me to sit still until Wookivu has finished with the float? Let me come along and help with the clearing. As you know, I'm not much for fighting. I'll stay behind and assist Wookivu with the repairs. If you aren't sure where you need to go, the path I spoke of begins at the south of the village and branches off to the east. That will lead you across the bridges to the Stride of the Sun. Then we shall see to clearing it end to end. I have to grab my dog some dinner and then I'll be right back. And I'm back. Sorry about that. There. As Lunohana said, Kozanaki should be down this way, and off to the east where the path branches. And something about bridges in the Stride of the Sun? Anyway, let's split up and get to work. Once you've culled all the threats you can find, we meet up at Gurksai. That's created here. Okay. Oh. Good job, Luke. Ha! That's one down. Alpha got 2 toads. Ah. Reminds me of that one time they turned into toads. I think I was part of that too. At this rate, we'll soon have the route to Kozminaki secured. There's Ethan coming over here. Somewhere. Northwest. Okay, it's close. There it is. So much less school. That's enough. I know what to do. I'll let you know, but the phone back on about you, okay? Got 10 minutes. What? Words. Ah, you were a step ahead of us. This must be the likeness of Kisaya. The Hanahanu deity of the harvest. Even those sacred images are woven with leaves. Makes you appreciate how much their culture revolves around the reed harvesting, doesn't it? It's said that Kazaye was worshipped on another continent. This ancient faith was then brought to Tural, but the first Hanu. The Hanu migrated here from another continent, then mayhap the two do share a common ancestor. This is all very fascinating, but shouldn't we be getting back to Linorano? He'll want to know when the path is safe for the procession. Right, and I need to ride on the float. I'll go ahead and tell him we're done here. Meanwhile, in Elgano.
Not sure we heard you right, old man. Why don't you say that again?
As many times as you'd like. The third promise tasked me with repairing this float, and I'll not relinquish it to an uncultured brute like you. Much less one that can't even manage a simple greeting.
We wanted to handle this in a civilized way, but we're more than willing to kill you.
Lizards.
We have a two-headed problem. Yes, please hurry. She's on her way back already?
Stand back, Wukevu! I will protect the float!
Are you trying to be brave, little bird?
I could never have repaired the float alone. Not properly. But thanks to Wuklamat and her friends, we can hold Ihihana again! This is a priceless treasure! And as festival leader, I would die to protect it!
Come on, hurry, Wook! Hurry!
Very well, if that's what you want.
Hurry, Wook!
Cha-cha!
Into that blow.
Good. The better for you to understand the gulf between us.
But you need lessons. We'll carve them into your mangy hide until you cry and beg forgiveness.
We have an army.
Your brilliant plan was to steal the float and take the credit. The so-called blessed siblings are nothing but cheats.
Your scorn is sweet music. Come, weaklings. We'll crush you each in turn. Or all together, if you like.
I'm gonna smack you to pieces! That's what I'm gonna do, Bakul!
Calm yourself, Chosen One. If you fight in earnest, this will end in a massacre. What's more, we have word that our other prospect is on the verge of success.
Then it would be foolish to expend effort sweating nuts. Lucky for you. Eh?
Ugh, two heads. I see Mamuk still clings to that loathsome hope.
Talk to us, Third Promise. You're not dying, are you?
It'll take more than that to kill me. So, are we having this festival or not?
Yes! Yes, we are!
Thank you for coming to our rescue. I tried to protect the float, but against that two-head, I may as well not have been there at all. Nonsense! You stood your ground and bought us the time we needed to make it back. You were incredibly brave. Oh, 91. Pukiwu wishes to spread word that the festival will soon be held. With that exciting interlude over, you'll be pleased to know that my repairs are finished as well. Before we commence the festival, however, it will be a courtesy to inform the villagers that Ihiana will be held after now. Go for it. But do not forget your greetings. At this stage, I should hope the reminder is unnecessary. Oh, golly! See? I remember. Ah. Here we are. Thank you for letting me know. I would very much like to attend the festival, but the repairs should be finished as soon as possible. What to do? What to do? Oh, golly! The festival is about to begin. What do you expect me to say? Besides, of course I'll be there, cleaning up the storms after the math. They've been hard on us all. But the lifting of wings is tradition, and a joyous one at that. I won't sit here bloating my days away. Give me a moment to get ready. Oh, Kali! What? The float is fixed? Our fallen friends would be glad to know that Ihana will soon be underway. They would have wanted us to honor them with celebration, not that they lost a tourist from it. I must go and enjoy the festival for those who no longer can. To the east? Not that far off, then. The Hanu were pleased to hear the festival was going ahead, I imagine. That is well. Once your friends return, the lifting of wings can begin at last. Yay! Wing lifting!
So few have come.
Patience. Once Ihihana gets underway, no Hanu will be able to resist joining in.
Just so. Ukewu knows well the heart of the Hanu. Have faith, Third Promise, and climb aboard the float. It is time for the lifting of wings.
Right. Off we go.
Woo-Clamot! Woo-Clamot! Woo-Clamot!
Ihihana is a prayer for bountiful harvest, but this is not its only meaning. It is also an exchange of pledges between rider and bearers, a commitment to a long and fruitful friendship.
Listen well, friends! The personage we bear today is Woo-Clamot, the savior of our beloved festival! Let your shoulders burn, or your feathers fall out!
Woo-Clamot! Woo-Clamot!
Dropping her!
I'm glad I went with these guys first. Because they seem a...
I can get used to this.
I love this.
Will empty bellies stop you from joining in the fun? Come and help us carry the
Woo-Clamot! Woo-Clamot! Lift! 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 Lift!
Well, well, well. To see the day that Dawn's promise would ride our boat again. We've not had the honor since you were here, Gulul Jaja.
I love this so much.
Right. We've enough bearers now. Onwards
Kazanowagi! Lift, 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 lift! Oh, this is fun. Woo, climb up! Woo, climb up! Woo!
Watch well, for you are about to bear witness to the true glory of Ihihana.
Shiny.
The float draws upon our life force, concentrating and amplifying the energy. Kishaihi then receives that energy and expels it in a great burst, where it showers down upon the land to replenish its vital currents.
It's a chicken! Look, it's a chicken! It's a chicken! Yeah! Oh, I'm so stressed. Yes! Oh, man. Look at that.
It worked.
Like a literal charm.
The float really was helping the reeds.
That was amazing! To think that such a thing was even possible!
Wow. Nice. That was fun. A fun quest. Should I have left the float behind like that? I was so excited to see the leads. Nothing to worry yourself over. My brethren have been swept up by festival fever. Last I saw, they were taking turns at the carrying poles on the way back to the village. Please feel free to look over the fields and enjoy the sight of what you've accomplished. That was exciting. Aww.
Some of them still look a bit sickly.
I imagine even the harvest magic has its limits. If the Hanu continue their festival tradition year after year, though, the entire field should eventually recover.
Where does that leave us with the feet, then?
You've got nothing to fear on that account. Our situation could never have resolved itself. The revival of even a single reed would have served to demonstrate your commitment to the task. That you recognize the nature of the float and found a near-perfect solution in Ihihana proves your dedication. What's more, I don't think I've seen the festival produce such impressive results since I was a mere chirper. We have been lax in maintaining the float, diluting its magic, and reducing Ihihana to hollow theater.
Kona!
I was delayed by an unpleasant encounter, but it seems I arrived at a good time.
I like this guy. Oh man, the subtle movements, man. Nice.
Oh, isn't that wonderful?
What? You just pour in some mystery liquid and problem solved?
Stagnant ether was to blame for the reed's poor condition. I assumed that was an alchemical concoction which enhances ethereal conductivity. It utilized the flowing water as an ethereal current, thereby promoting the transfer of life energies.
A method I could not have devised without the education I received at the studium and the cooperation of my Archon allies.
Archon allies?
You see, Lamachi, this is why we need to embrace foreign knowledge and technology. Employed appropriately, they make light work of what would otherwise be arduous labor. There's no need to lug around heavy floats.
Well, you always were the clever one, brother.
Your approach was no less effective, Wuklamat. It achieved the same result.
Indeed it did. And you enjoyed the festival, yes?
I did. It was so much fun. Having visited your village before, I thought I knew everything about it. As it turns out, I knew very little. About the reeds, about Ihihana. With all I've learned this time, I feel as though I've really come to know the Hanu. I like you even more now than I did before.
The feeling is mutual. And it's not just you who had a lot to learn either. I'll never look at our float the same way again.
The two of you have exceeded expectations. Come forth and claim your stones.
I love Luke's coming in. It's fun.
So this is what they look like.
Go on, set it in the tablet.
Cool.
A perfect fit. That leaves 6 more.
And on to the next.
Not even a moment of celebration. That's Kona for you.
Kona.
The third promise? You must join us for Ihihana next season. As Dawn servant, of course.
Right. It's back to Tulihiola for now. Thank you for having us. I look forward to seeing you all again.
It was fun.
These are interesting times indeed.
The concoction was brewed by Kona himself. It's a test vial, but it should contain the same reagents.
Good work. We'll use whatever we must to win. For win we must.
Bunch of jokes. My journey has just started and already I've met so many wonderful people. People who won is a bit eccentric, but everyone could stand to be as respectable of other cultures as he is. And Linu Hanan, it broke my heart to see him honor his departed friend through Iana, and to help others to do the same. I can't help but feel excited thinking who else I might meet over the course of the contest. Come on, let's head back to the... whatever. Ooh, requests. Lucky, stop. Okay, so it's somewhere over here. 111 to the north. Ah, there it is. Guess we'll pick up this quest one here. The Dolja seeks someone well liked by the locals. You travel with the third promise, don't you? I've heard stories, but it's an honor to meet you in the flesh, Snowy. I know you're a busy woman, but might I have a moment of your time? I serve the Dawn Servant, and am here in an effort to catalog the traditional magics of our continent. In particular, I'm interested in how the Hanu weave the energies of wind. Competing to see who can float a feather the furthest seems to be a favorite pastime of the Hanu, which demonstrates their mastery over wind. Yet I've no notion as to how they achieve this mastery. My best theory is that they undergo intensive training from a young age, but as a recent arrival here, prying into such matters may come off as presumptuous. But you have their trust. Why do you ask in my stead? Well, I guess I can. Wahanu needs someone to get their feet wet. Hello, have you taken in all that a humble village has to offer? If you happen to be on your way to the Breath Between, there is a task I would like your help with. But as kind as they say, I've been asked to deliver freshly sprouted reed leaves to use as bait, but my work here has kept me so busy I've had little time to fill the order. The fields nearby have the choicest reeds, and it would be in your debt if you could gather some leaves and take them to Munahana. You can keep as payment for your troubles. Well, I guess. Nice. I'm taking my time with the story and doing side quests while I'm here. That way I don't have to do them when I come back. I'll tune that in later, though. These probably give me, whatchamacallit, ether currents. Anu wishes to share Okanu's customs with its new visitors. You're Wuklamat's companion, aren't you? Kazai smiles upon you. I had hoped the great bird would guide one of the village's saviors to me. You see, the time has come for us to make our customary offerings to Kazai. It is a ceremony we hold dear, and I would invite you to participate as an honored guest. You will join us then. Oh, that makes me so happy. My feathers are standing up straight. The traditional offering is a fruit that grows to the southwest. They must be so ripe that they have fallen to the earth. Gather 3 and deliver them to Learning Holly at the shrine. Okay. Why does the wind heat us? Why, because we consume the blessing of reeds bestowed upon us by Kozorama Uka. Energy suffused in the earth flows into the reeds, and the reeds flow into our bellies. By that cycle, we are gifted with the land's strength. In other words, the reeds are far more than mere sustenance. They are the very wellspring of our power. Neat. Every one of the chocobos standing there. Luna Holly requires a swift pair of legs for an urgent delivery. Welcome, honored visitor. Thanks to your efforts, the reeds grow robust. And at last I can make reed dumplings again. Oh, they're every bit as delicious as I remember. Although I want nothing more than to eat until my belly bursts. I've saved a batch for those who are planning the reconstruction of the Great Stairs. I'm much too full to make such a journey. However, might you deliver them in my stead? Surely my friends will be glad to receive them from the very woman who revitalized Ogana's festive spirit. Thank you, thank you. They can be found working hard near the flight of Wheel Wingless. Hurry before the dumplings cool. Huh?
I think that's falling off of his head. I think he might be done. Everything. I haven't seen him trying to lick at himself, so I think I should get there we go. That's enough of that, huh? You feel, yeah, now that you won't be running into the rest of us like a bulldozer. He thinks it's funny. I know. If you put him in a helmet and tackle beer and a shoulder pad and stuff, he would run into everything all the time.
Someone was just letting my dog back into my room. No big deal. Meh. It's the corn servant! The corn servant rustles with excitement at the sight of you. My friend, what brings you all this way? Taking in the sights, sounds, and flavors of Tural, I trust. As you might have guessed, there is a Hanu in need of my assistance, and as I yet lack the strength to make myself seen, I am in need of your assistance. Follow me, and I shall take you to them. Okay, there's another one. Lineali seeks someone with the strength to topple trees, at the very least squash pests. Why, those stout legs like a towering tree, those crippling arms like gnarled branches. Why you lend me your strength for a simple hunt? The storm left more than destruction in its wake. Fearsome beasts now infest the forest, and their calling is an unending task. Reports tell that a trio of rots has been sighted lurking near the docks to the east. Easy prey for the likes of you. Might you exterminate them so we can once again travel the waters in safety? Sure. Try to pick up all the quests. That way I can do them all at once. Lanahana needs help performing an honor tradition. Onagari! Snowy, of course I know your name. Who isn't familiar with Luke Lamont's companions? Not to mention your friends can't seem to go a moment without mentioning you. Ha! I'm Lanahana, and I have the honor of being the wind's chosen. It is my feathers which adorn the festive float. I feel the wind has guided you to me for a reason. As a visitor to our village, who has fast become an honored friend, I would offer you a chance to strengthen our bonds. Perhaps you're familiar with the Lance Guard. It is customary among the Wind's Chosen to save their molted feathers and present them to these brave protectors as gifts. every few years. At this very moment, one of their number is making their way to O'Connor to receive their hour offering. But there's much more to it than just a simple delivery, and I think you'd be interested in taking part. It would deepen your understanding of our ways, and perhaps you and this member of the Lands Guard will become fast friends. I would start with a small task, if you're willing. Dawntrail is the name of our guest, and he was due to arrive some time ago. I fear he may be lost. Could you search the road for him? I'll stay behind in case he arrives here after all. Industrious carpenter is in search of an extra pair of claws, but hands will suffice in a pinch. Onokali, might you have a spare moment to lend a helping hand? With the reeds sprouting more vigorously than ever, the time has come to repair our weathered roofs. However, what reeds will not do? Not at all. They must first be thoroughly dried, or the roofs are likely to collapse at the first drop of rain. I ask that you collect the freshly cut reeds placed near a building to the east and deliver them to Kozanaki. There, where the gentle breeze shall jet them. Help us with this task, and I promise you will be satisfied with your reward. I don't want to see all these all over the place, because there's way too many of them. That you would show such interest in our ways, when you know that the Hanu have a deep connection to the wind, but few care to ask how that connection is made. That being said, it's a question without a single answer. However, I would say that our feathers are the most important tool we have for comprehending the wind's movements. More than just for show, they allow us to sense even the smallest shift in the wind's temperament, and that awareness allows us to direct it as we see fit. Cool. Ugh, my stomach. I can't stand this rationing any longer. My house was flooded in a recent storm, causing most of my food to spoil or rot. I've taken great pains to make what little I have last, but it's simply not enough. I see. She requires food with longevity. Then she shall have the driest of corns my cob can muster, and there, this should suffice. My word, is all this dried corn for me? Yeah, but Gazogs. It'll be many moons before I could hope to diminish such a bountiful store, and the crunch is certain to be sublime. Thank you, kind stranger. There's hope for the future yet. Oh, the children will be thrilled. She seemed quite taken with the dried corn. That as well. I shudder to think what havoc spoiled foods might play on her stomach and bowels. Hunger might well be the least of her problems. Thanks to your timely assistance, however, she and her family will have all the corn they need to help them weather their hardships. Excuse me. Yet there are other empty bellies that beckon, and so I must away. Take care, friend. I hope to see you again. Thank you, corn servant. Thank you. Woohoo! More corn. Any recipes? Ah! I can make corn oil, apparently. What can I make with corn oil? I can make spaghetti and stuffed peppers. Apparently. Huh. Ah, it's a little white stuffed pepper, though. Okay. Oh, I love the corny guy. Little corn buddy. Konohanu is fidgeting with Nogusets. Oh, what could he be? You there! You look fierce enough to brave the untamed wilds. Please, I'm in dire need of help. A friend of mine journeyed southwest to Cape Kikatola a while ago, and still hasn't returned. I'm beginning to fear the worst has happened. While it's likely he's simply lost track of time staring at the rainbow moss, I keep thinking about all the beasts skulking about. Please check up on him for me, if only to set my heart at ease. I'll stay here in case he comes back, but in the meantime, visit the cave and search for him. I would do no other Anu will be nearby, so he shouldn't be hard to spot. There's a fate right there. Yup. Well, yup, nub. Num. Oh, it looks like people are doing the fate over here, so I might as well join in. Did the thing. Tunigali has prepared a thrilling experience for curious visitors. Oh, golly! With so many new faces in our village, we have an uncommon opportunity to share our culture with others. In fact, I've prepared a unique experience for new visitors and would be honored if you took part. You have no idea how happy that makes me. Now I shall teach you to train as we do, and in so doing, grant you a small taste of our mastery over the wind. Ooh, fun. We Hanu spend long periods in meditation, during which we deepen our bond to the energies flowing through the land. Of course, we know your time here is limited, so you shall experience an abridged version of this practice. Gunuanu awaits at the top of these stairs. Speak with him to begin your training. Excuse me.
Don't have to live a clean. Don't worry. I'm putting it back on you. We'll be comfy tonight, and the next night, and the next night, and so on and so on.
Sorry, I was talking to my dog. Oh, cool. Can't wait until I can fly over here. You know what? I don't have to get flying immediately. Sure is fun. Give me anything. That's ooh. House of Winds High, one of the treetop dwelling in Kazumazuka. The House of Winds High takes its name from an estate said to exist in the Hanuhanu's traditional homeland. Practitioners of wind magics live here as part of their unique training, where they learn to glide down from the house's dizzying heights. Oh! A new face! Have you come here to feel the wind's caress? I am deeply honored that you would learn of our ways. Now I shall teach you our most basic method of attuning to wind. So simple that even a young chirper can master it. As Tunuali has already told you, our goal is to be in harmony with the endless flow of the land's energy, its heartbeat, if you will. The best way for a novice to do this is to jump from a high place, and as you fall, focus on the rush of the wind across your skin and its roar within your ears. But first you must pray. Only then can you spread your wings and give yourself over to the grace of the wind. So you're saying I have to meditate a little bit and then jump off of this tower. Fun! You have offered your prayers to the forest. To attune to the wind's energy, you must jump down from the House of the Winds High while dismounted. Yeah, exactly what I thought. Okay, where's the next? Oh, I see. Okay. Here goes nothing! Ow. Why, for a moment I mistook you for one of us. I never knew someone with no feathers could fall through the air with such grace. Do you feel different? Like the land itself has accepted you into its embrace? No? Doubtless you know that Hanu, young and old, compete to see who can float a feather the furthest, and that the winner's feathers decorate our sacred float. To be chosen by the wind is an honor above all. Reflect upon the training you underwent today, and even without feathers, I am certain you shall hear the wind's whispers more clearly. Of course course, if you wish to jump again, you're more than welcome. Yeah. I'm doing it again! I'm doing it again! Yeah, let's jump through the tower! Well, let's do it! Yeah. I want to get close to the center this time. Here we go! Why am I doing this? Okay. 2, let's jump! Okay, I'll take it. Close enough. Oh, that's fun. Yup. You're looking for me? You're not a haunted, are you? Unless you're molting something awful. Ah, so that's the way of it. Well, now that you found me, I suppose I better get on with it. Sorry for my lack of enthusiasm. I joined the Lance Guard hoping I could bust some skulls, slaughter some beasts, use those muscles of mine. But for my first assignment, I'm lugging crates of supplies around. It's not exactly what I had in mind. I suppose complaining won't get this done any faster. Let's go meet this Lanahane then. You found him. Now we can begin. Before the gift of feathers is to be bestowed, there are proper steps that must be taken. Firstly, I bid the warmest of welcomes to Nahashe. As the one's chosen, it is my solemn duty to show you what sights our humble village has to offer. As one of the Land's Guard, it behooves you to become familiar with all corners of the continent. Yes? Then come with me to the center of Okeanu, where you can behold the entire village at once. Take it all in. This is Okeanu. As you can see, our homes are made from wood and reeds, both of which the forest blesses us with in abundance. But nature's blessings are to be treated with care. Dry reeds can easily catch flame, and if they do, we risk setting our entire village alight. Building waterways through Okeanu is a way to protect us from such incidents, but aquatic beasts can travel them as well. And when these beasts become too great in number, we beseech the Lance Guard to call them. Do you now? I always thought hunting duty was just a way to keep us sharp. While I'm here, I'll make sure nothing troubles your home. All of Okeanu, would love, thank you. And now for the reason you came. The feathers of the winds chosen. They're used to adorn the equipment worn by the Lance Guard. The design evokes the image of Kazai, the good bird, a bird by all on hunting. The feathers give it a touch of authenticity that make the soldiers appear all the fiercer. Every soldier's outfit is designed according to their profession, and each feather must undergo an elaborate process of dyeing and oiling to meet the Lance Guard's varied needs. So without further ado, let us begin. I first ask that you come meet me at the gate to the southeast. Fine, I should warn you, I'm not known for my delicate hands. Hey, buddy. Oh, love you, boy. Oh, you're such a good boy. Yes, you are. Oh, I can actually switch you. What? Oh. So amazing. What, you want more pets? Okay. That went about as well as expected. Would you stay behind for a moment, Snowy? I would like to hear your opinion on the hamster. He's not the most motivated person. But I have faith. I have the same impression. Truth be told, his attitude is the same as every Lance Guard troop who comes to receive this gift, and we're meant to fix it. Consider this a rite of passage of sorts. The Lance Guard sends us troops whose rough edges want to polish, and the task we set before them serves as a whetstone. Over the course of our work, they gain a great insight into the history and meaning behind this exchange of gifts. Soldiers with a tangible bond to their charge will protect it all the more staunchly. In recent days, however, even our treasure trove of knowledge isn't enough to rouse the spirits of some. But working alongside someone as capable as you, Nahanshe might find the extra motivation he needs. Now then, let us proceed to the southeastern gate. While this goes without saying, keep this little conversation between us a secret. Reasonable, understandable, yeah? Hey, puppy dog. Hey, you want me to pet you? Yeah? Before we continue, I'm going to take my dog on a walk. I'm gonna fix the camera. I can. I will be back. I have returned. Now give me one moment while I move this. There we go. Much better. Let's get back to it. What did I do to deserve this? Now I know why my superiors were snickering behind my back as I departed. The Hanu might think this bird god is worth all this trouble, but I want to get it over with. Ugh. Oh. One feather at a time. Hanu is ready to start cleaning feathers. Now that everyone is here, it is time to begin. Together, we shall make these feathers so striking that even Kazai, First items we require are dyes and oils. The former is used to match the feathers with various uniforms worn by the troops. The latter serves as different ways of polishing.
My face feels funky. It'll only take a minute this time, though. And I'm back here again. Oh. Take his shoes off, though. Man, I am all over the place. As you can see, by observing yours truly, Hanu boast feathers full and colorful. This is thanks to the oils our body secretes, which keep our coat from becoming drab and brittle. But the feathers we give to the Landsguard were molted long ago, and have since lost their natural luster, so we must apply oil to make them as vibrant as those of Hanu in their prime. The task of gathering said oils and dyes falls to Snowy. Go to Oakbeckby, the crate has already been prepared. In the meantime, Nahanche here will get the feathers. Hear about the supplies? Good, good. Everything's in that crate over there. It's heavy, so be careful not to drop it on those dainty toes of yours. Or still, you might break a bottle of dye. The landscaper who designed their uniforms were very particular about their coloring, so not a single one can go to waste. There's nothing a soldier loves more than their equipment, so every detail has to be just right. Tread as carefully as you can back to Lanahani. Hanu. Okay, Hanu. Oh. Even known to them that they are overheated. Phew, did it. You both did excellent work today. Nahanshi, it appears you might need some rest after your ordeal. Hmm? Oh, how many feathers did you pack into that crate? Are you sure you didn't send me to get the dyes and oils? Be glad I didn't, Nahanshi, for Snowy's crate is much heavier. She also carried it from a much greater distance. Really now, and here I thought I was the strong damn best at doing my first assignment. That won't happen again. I've had enough rest. So let's get on with it. If you insist, Nahanshi, let us proceed to the heart of the matter. First, we must dye each feather one by one, but be careful, for each color is needed in different quantities. Equipment used to attack is adorned with black feathers, while equipment used for defense is adorned with feathers in the original green. For those, we must carefully... Hold on just a damned moment. You're dyeing all of these one by one? I'll be an old man by then. There has to be a better way. Say, throw a few dozen of them in a big bowl of dye. Ah, but that will make the coloring uneven, Nahanshi. As I was saying, You must carefully apply oil to the feathers to bring out their original color, or they'll quickly become brittle. I see. This will be a test of patience, but with the three of us, it shall be over before the moon turns. Probably. Worry not, for I'm here to teach you how best to see the job done. I suppose I'm thankful for that. Truth be told, I never knew so much hard work went into our uniforms. For our brothers and sisters in the Landsguard, no effort is too great. The Hanu are honored that you wear our feathers. You are surprised, as the ones chosen, seeing my feathers become a symbol of the great Gizai, fills with a joy unequaled in this world. And to have them adorn the Landsguard's armor makes my joy all the sweeter. Few and Thrall can claim such an honor, so there can be no mistakes. There's really more to this than I thought. I would like to apologize for how I've been acting. I see now that things are done a certain way for a reason. So, while I may grow old and gray in the doing, I'll see that every feather is dyed or oiled properly. At least we're in this together, eh, Snowy? Yep. Yeah. I reckon I'll be cleaning dye from under my nails for some days yet. But I won't complain about honest work. Now I have to think about how to get these back to Tuliova. Don't get ahead of yourself, young Nahanche. Yes, the hard part is behind us, but there's more I would ask of you. As I've said before, Gizyahi is revered by the Hanu, and we must pay due respect for the use of its likeness. As such, there are time-honored rituals that must be followed before we give this offering to the Landsguard. Wind blessing. Manu is eager to see his feathers blessed. Our next step is simple. Whispering the feathers before the likeness of Kazai and Kazanaki. And have the priestess beseech the great bird to bestow the wind's blessing upon them. We're logging that crater, and then I can do it, but if we're going any further than last time, I might need a couple of breaks. Do not worry, Nahanche. I will carry with the feathers. I have something different in mind for the both of you. A friend of mine awaits you on the road to Kazanaki. Speak with him and do exactly as he instructs. To Calibre. Huh. Why, what a surprise! I didn't expect to see one of our visitors here, of all places. Have you come here to fish? Ah, these are the leaves I asked Ganahanu to deliver. You say you picked them yourself? You have quite the eye. These will do well. We can't go to such prodigious sizes on reeds alone, you know. The fish from these waters are a staple in many a Hanu dish. We found that they like reeds almost as much as we do, and since we mostly eat the stems, We can also use the fresh leaves of unharvested reeds as bait. Everyone feasts. Perhaps you, too, can feast with this bit of coin. You've earned it. Cool. Okay, I'm down to 4 quests. That's not bad. Is there not a bridge over there? Oh! Looks like there might be a way around that corner. What is that? Oh, it's just a hunter. Ugh. Yes, sit up straight. Ah, these waters get more beautiful every time I come. Sensing a distracted prey, creatures move in for the kill. What was that noise? Can't I gaze at moss in peace? Wait, you helped us bring back the Iana. Iana. You're a friend of Wuklamot, yes? What are you doing in this cave? Saving you, but... Fiends? Here? Oh, I didn't even hear them until the commotion was nearly over. I owe you. Thanks for your courage. And now that my love clearly has been broken, I should return to my friend. He must be worried sick. I suppose I could go over there. And explore. Oh, hey! Sightseeing spot. Cape Kikatola. This enchanting hollow was carved out by the unrelenting deluge of 3 waterfalls, Zodoni, Zoonu, and Zopik. In hours of darkness, the profusion of luminous moss within resembles a dazzling night sky, hence the Hanu Hanu name meaning overflowing with many stars. Can't go through the waterfall. Made an attempt, though. Looking at the mini-map and seeing if I can go anywhere. Looks like there might be a bridge of some sort over this way, but I don't know. I'll have to look around. Might have to take a dirigible or something. Yeah, this looks not so good. I haven't considered why we're so attuned to the wind, but now that you ask, it must be thanks to our daily meditations and rigorous training. By listening carefully to the wind's whispers, one can discern the path of its flow, and in so doing, achieve total harmony with one's surroundings. This understanding allows us to summon gales mighty enough to chase clouds from the sky. He returned. He looked slightly unsettled, but none the worse for it otherwise. That cave is where we gather the rainbow moss used in our medicines. It has long been held sacred as a healing spot due to its tranquil scenery. I haven't been since the Great Storm, and was worried that perhaps it had suffered damage in the floods. I am glad to hear that nothing has changed. But more than anything, I'm glad my friend returned safely. Had you not come along, the day may have been much darker. Oh, oops. It's really pretty blue. Did I talk to the alpaca rider here? Looks like I did. Cool. You usually only get to see half of the map until you do more story. Now. That'll hopefully be less of a toll on my computer. We'll see though. You are returned. Were the Hanu Hanu forthcoming with their knowledge? I see, so there isn't one key to their expertise, but many, each one forged by their singular bodies, culture, and environment. I believe you've given me a starting point from which I can launch a more thorough investigation. Thank you, Snowy. Oh, hey, this is better than what I got on. Cool. $645. $640. $640. $645. Yeah. So what I'll do is I'll pull the material out. Put them in here. Savage Might X. And then Savage Aim X. Ah. Well, I guess I'll remelt that then. Ugh. Hold on. Let me turn that off. Portraits. Edit. Save. Cool. At least one person showed up today. I don't really like to advertise. I'd rather have it go naturally. Besides, people are still working on this stuff themselves. So, yeah. I think my limit will be 8 hours. Welcome, welcome. I understand you seek the blessing of the wind. The priestess requires a special type of book to complete the ceremony, and your job is to gather it. But you must tread carefully, for the shores where the trees are found teem with hungry beasts. I suggest clearing the area first so one doesn't sneak up on you. I don't mind a bit of hunting, but these arms aren't meant for that. Apologies. I suppose complaining is a habit I should aim to break. This is all part of the process of making our equipment, isn't it? There's a reason we need this book, so get the book we shall. I'll search the south side, Snowy, you take the north. So quiet. Poison dogs. That's fine. Ah! Whoa. We got it done! What is done? Well done, you two. You got exactly what I asked. Suppose you're still curious as to why the bug had to be from those specific trees. The answer lies within the legend of Kixia. You see, our ancestors hailed from a different land and were guided here by the Great Bird. Upon their arrival, they found perilous woodlands overrun by hungry fiends. Many Hanu were lost to the gluttonous appetite of the wilds, and they had nearly succumbed to despair, but then Gexiahi let out a mighty screech. It echoed through the land, setting the trees aglow. Taking this as divine guidance, our beleaguered ancestors took bark from the trunks and burnt it. The smoke wafted through the air, and the beasts found it so repugnant they were forced to flee, one and all. Since that day, warriors would burn incense before battle in the hopes it would ward them from harm. Thus we bless the land guard's feathers in the same way, that they too might bask in Xiahi's protection. Now take the bug to Kazan, whatever, and on the way, I would be glad if you offered your sincerest prayers to the great. Okay, there we go. I'm gonna go get my dog real quick. I will be back. I had to get a snack and get me to work.
do these. Now, they would be easier to fly to, but I don't care. Speaking of flying, to the east, huh? What? Logs, travel, ether plants. How many did I get here? Okay, so I've only got 4 out of 6, 7, 8, 9. So I've only got 4 out of 10 so far. Okay, that's not terrible. Finally here. Mind giving me a book? I'll deliver it to the haunted priestess. Thank you, Snowy. Once I'm finished, let's offer our prayers. We don't want to disappoint our hosts, after all. The Hanu take their tradition seriously, don't they? I knew they wished for good harvests and such, but never imagined we landscape were in their thoughts all this time. This has been an eye-opening experience, to be sure, but I can't help but wonder why we're so important to them. Why allow us to use their revered god in the designs of our equipment? Aren't you a landsguard yourself? And you ask such questions? You're Snowy, aren't you? I'm Zora Holly. I know we have you to thank for Ilahona's success, but even so, I must ask that you stand aside. Why? You're Nahanshi, of whom I've heard much. I'm surprised you have the gall to step foot into such a sacred place. While the elders may sing the praises of the landsguard, their minds have been warped by too many moltings. The new generation is sick of their ceaseless chirping. You have to say your lines. Remember how we practiced? Oh yes, I understand. Ugh. We heard you complain when you took the feathers. We saw the disdain in your eyes. Someone with such disrespect for her history doesn't deserve to bask in Sahi's grace. What, but I... He'll learn in time. That may be so, Snowy, but he's had enough chances. We refuse to suffer this landsguard to be an Okono. Listen well, and remember, the sacred likeness of Kyaxi was once reduced to shredded reeds. By whom, you ask? Why, none other than Golul Jaja, Dawn servant and founder of the Landsguard. No, the Dawn servant would never. This misdeed will never be forgiven. If you have any pride in your position, you should be ashamed at your ignorance and lack of respect. How will you answer for that? Yes, you must answer, and answer well, or we will be very angry with you. I had no idea about this history of conflict. Why didn't Manohanu say anything, and why am I taking the blame for the past? In any case, we can't stay here. I have to think about this.
Piety, tenacity, determination, vitality. Man and swamp monkey days. I don't see as why Zwilhali would lie, but how have I never heard of the Dawn Servants of Gaunt to the Hanu Hanu? And why would Hanu Hanu act so proud to have his feathers adorning our equipment? I'm no good with numbers, but even I can tell something doesn't add up here. We should learn more about their history. You might be right. It was my ignorance that seemed to set it off. After all, whatever happens, I'd like to leave here on the Hanu's good side. Well, her best bet is probably to return to Okeanu. If anyone can tell us the truth about what happened with the Dawn Servant, it would be Lanuhanu. Up. Number 15, Visitor Record. Kozanakli. A great woven statue of the Hanu Hanu deity, Kixiahi, is ensconced here in this place of worship. The shrine is believed to stand on sacred ground, a holy dry land, blessed by the sun's rays and the otherwise swampy terrain. Oh, hello. To what do I owe this honor? Kixiahi will be most satisfied with these. Today you are more than an honored guest, you are the very heart of the ceremony. After your efforts to bring Ian back to us, Kixiahi is doubtless overjoyed to see you in this role. The fruit shall bear a powerful blessing indeed. Now, you must take the previous offering back whence you came. Deliver that blessed fruit to Ahanuanu, and the ceremony will be complete. Go with haste. See him, but the crate's not here either. He might have left to Kozanaki already. Wouldn't we have seen him on the road if he had, though? The forest is vast, I suppose. Anyways, maybe one of the younger Hanuanu around here can tell us if Zoahali's scorn is shared. Let's ask around, Snowy. Welcome back. Was Lana Holly impressed with your offering? Yes, I can feel Gertie's grace emanating from these. Thus, the ceremony is complete. The younger Hanu clamored to participate in this rite, you know. It's said that the fruit offered to Kuxiahi becomes imbued with its divine spirit, and all who carry them shall be blessed with great luck. Surely you will be too. Although you traveled far, I hope you feel enriched by the experience. Go without gratitude, and may the wings of Kuxiahi sweep ill fortune from your path. Yay! $781 south. I'll check that later. The likeness of Kuxiahi? My father actually worked to repair it. He told me that the dawn servant's slaughter of the beasts was swift and brutal, but left many of our shrines and homes damaged in its wake. But what choice did he have? The fiends were out of doors. My father and his friends agreed that it was better to be alive. At least that way they could rebuild. Have you finished? Yes? Thank you. Our homes will be all the safer for your efforts. I suppose you're wondering why I had you carry the leads all the way across the forest. Well, Kazanyaki means land of the arid shrine in our tongue. Legends say that so soothing is the breeze near the shrine that Kuxiahi once rested its tired wings nearby. Once the leads are dried and our hooves patched, our homes will be better fortified against the elements. And for that peace of mind, any price is worth paying. So here's your just reward. Almost done with the stand here. Ah, the mighty hunter returns. Have the yachts been reduced to shredded vines? I knew you'd be equal to the task. I will spread word that the docks are open for safe passage. The great storm affected all life in the forest, washing away what was and leaving behind only uncertainty. The many seldom traveled roads where desperate fiends still lurk. With the collapse of the great stairs, we've taken to using the waterways and other uncommon routes to get from place to place until the repairs are complete. That day cannot come too soon. Until then, however, we must make do. Thank you for your bravery. course, every Hano knows the story of the Dawn Serpent's visit, but it might be more accurate to call it a rescue. For at the time, our home was beset by beasts and fiends. When Galul Jaja heard this terrible news, he personally came to drive out every last one. Sulahali said all that. Well, I do remember hearing that when our ancestors beheld the figure, some of them viewed it as a terrible insult, even though they were saved. Could that grudge have been inherited by their children and grandchildren? I can't speak on such matters, but perhaps Lanahana can. He is wise in other ways, and makes an effort to befriend everyone he can. What's the word, Snowy? From what I heard, the Dawn Serpent really did destroy that sacred figure. I see. I can't say I'm surprised that some Hanuani would bear a grudge. So Zulahali was telling the truth. Something still doesn't sit right with me, though. The Dawn Serpent wouldn't simply go on a rampage and leave the Hanu to clean things up. He'd have more compassion than that. Nahanshe, Snowy, you won't believe what happened. I was surrounded by Zulahali and her cronies while on my way to the shrine. They stole the crate of feathers from out of my claws, saying no Landsguard could have it until Nahanshe gave his answer. I assume you know what they're talking about. They said if you ignore their demand, they'll burn every last feather. What? Have they gone mad? Gods be good, I'm sorry, but can you go and saw them for a while? There's something I must look into first. I know what you're thinking, Snowy. Is this going a little too far? I would answer that the results shall speak for themselves. Now we simply wait and see what Nahanshi brings us. Zulahali and the others are waiting to the south of the shrine. Let us go there and stall them, as Nahanshi has requested. It's wild to see so many people on foot. I think I started playing in Shadowbringers. Because I got some of the awards from the Shadowbringers stuff. I know I joined before Endwalker even dropped, so yeah. I'll do these ones first. Should be relatively simple.
Oh, I recognize you. You travel with Wukwalot, Lamont, yes? Have you come to see our progress on the Great Stairs? Dumplings? Oh, how long has it been since I last smelled that heavenly aroma? When the leaves sprouted big and tall, we had cause to celebrate often, and it was a common scent in Oakland. To have these delivered by one who helped those days to return is a great honor indeed. Word. This project will cause my feathers to fall out one by one, mark my words. Where do we even begin? How about with a hot lead dumpling? Luna Holly made her famous dumplings? These are just what I needed. Such a large undertaking makes one so very hungry. With my energies restored, I've come to a realization. A lead problem required the perspective of visitors to solve, so perhaps we should consult artisans from other clans for advice on how to repair the Great Stairs. Luckily, apologies, but this area is still impassable. That's okay, I'm just here with a dumpling for you. You brought lead dumplings? Just as I was about to keel over from hunger, a kind soul appears from the wilderness to save me. This passage is of great importance to us, since no small number of merchants use it to reach Okeanon. With delicious dumplings to fuel me, I can now tackle this problem with renewed energy. Yeah. Bugs, man. The hunches should be here soon. You were lucky to have you to spur them into action, Snowy. And while our methods may appear rather blunt to you, wait until the hunches speaks before you judge us. Wait quietly and hear his answer. I think I get what they're doing. I don't know why you make us wait so long. Now, Hanshi, but I hope whatever you found was worth it. I spoke with the eldest Hanu in your village. He told me the story of the Dawn Servant's visit and the destruction of the Kasahi's likeness. The whole story. It seems he, particularly the head of reason, was filled with anguish at the sight and offered his deepest apologies. To make amends, he devised a way to assemble an even more robust figure from the remains of the previous one. His work was done overnight, and the head of Resolve called upon the whole village to celebrate their newfound peace. For the first time in a long while, the Anhana commenced, and the Dawn Servant was chosen to guide the secret flow. After the festivities, the Dawn Servant said that when he finally established a unified nation in Tagal, he wanted a motif representing Gatsahi to be among those used in his soldiers' uniforms. He declared that different tribes can forge friendships so long as they open their hearts to one another, that his nation would be one where peoples of all stripes could live in harmony. His soldiers would become a symbol of that promise. So, you can learn for yourself after all, but you should have come here with that knowledge already seared into your memory. I know, I have no excuse for my ignorance, and the petulance born from it. This experience has taught me so many things. And now, with full knowledge of this history, I am filled with a much greater sense of purpose than before. I feel more keenly than ever that my duty as Landsguard is to serve every corner of Tyrol. But to fulfill that duty, we must have our equipment, so please, I beg of you, entrust the feathers to me in good faith. He'll be a fine soldier, don't you agree, Nanu Lahanu? What? Yes, indeed. That was quite the moving display. My feathers were standing up straight. Thank you for looking after Nahanshi during his growth, Snowy. My growth? What are you talking about? Why, this was all a performance to guide you along the path to becoming a worthy Landsguard. Your rite of passage is complete. So my superiors weren't pulling one over me. They were worried about me. I didn't realize my conduct was so concerning. Tell them what you told us, and their concerns will vanish. You'll be welcomed back with open arms. But before you do that, there are more places to visit, more materials to collect. We Hana aren't the only people who love teaching lessons. Please, I don't want to think about that now. I was worried sick enough imagining what would happen if I couldn't get the feathers. Well, you've earned a bit of rest. Return to Keanu, and we'll deliver the feathers to you after the priestess has blessed them. That part, at least, was no ruse. If you don't mind, I'd like to go to Kozanwaki. I feel I should offer one more prayer to Kuxiahi. Very well. Snowy, why don't you wait at O'Connor? I'll bring the feathers, and I'd like to speak with you once more before you go. No. I can get that spot later. I'm actually able to fly out here. $387 northeast.
I might as well get as many aether coins as I can while I'm out and about. East. Northeast. Oh, there it is. Cool. Southwest. Let's talk about that. South. Okay. Ah, okay. That is one I will have to get later. Now that our rite of passage is behind us, allow me to offer my thanks for all your help. I would also offer my apologies for making you party to our little deception. I would have told you everything, but I don't think the ending would have been quite so effective if I did. I agree, and I'm grateful things went the way they did. The lessons I learned here will guide me as I become acquainted with all Shugal's peoples. Speaking of which, the next leg of my journey awaits. May we meet again. Farewell, Nahanshi. Safe travels. Thank you for delivering the dumplings. I hope they give my friends the energy to complete the daunting task ahead of them. Green dumplings are considered a delicacy among the Hanu, and for good reason. I would like nothing more than to make a batch for other wingless brethren who aid with the rebuilding, but I realize that not all peoples love their flavor as much as we do. That doesn't mean I can't send a different gift to show my appreciation. I intend to send a nice haul of fish their way. You don't seem the type to munch on reeds either, so I've prepared something else for you, Word. Cold hard coin. Cool. That's all of those done. Eee. Um,
I mean, the only other places I could go would be down this way. The one with the least people. Oh wow, that was pretty. Oh hey! Paula's here. And just like that, we found an elector and won our first keystone. I knew I was right to trust your instincts. Come on, let's keep things moving and march onwards to Ukapacha. Chances are good we'll find a elector there as well. Before we do anything, however, we should see what your opportunistic fellow friend has to say. The approachable Pelu is awaiting your questions. I've been waiting for what feels like days, and eaten enough of Brook Evu's tacos to feed an army. What is it you'd like to know? Our main concern was confirming the state of the road ahead. As I recall, to reach Okapacha, we depart from the Arch of the Dawn. Then take the road west at the first fork, should we be wary of anything along the way. That is indeed the way to Ukapacha. After the damage got by the recent downpour, however, you'll be doing more stumbling than walking. But do take heart. When it comes to rugged terrain, we have the most dependable solution available. Come with me. I... May I introduce to you our most dependable companion, the alpaca. These animals can traverse Okapacha's steep mountain trails as if they were gentle fields, and all while carrying heavy loads. Our merchants would be lost without them. So they fill much the same niche as our troopers back home. You don't have alpacas in yours, yeah? Alpacas are native to Yoctoro. Eorzea has its chocobos, and the eastern lands have their horses. Why go to the trouble of breeding another pack beast in a place which else suits its qualities, and where it is not needed anyway? But must we guide these little monsters? I get the impression you aren't fond of alpacas. Alpacas, they're so good and fluffy. When I was small and being a bit naughty, I went around pulling on their wool. One of them spat on me, and it was the foulest stench you can imagine. I see. What do they like to ride? Alpacas bred as mounts are inquisitive and docile. Even those without experience find them easy to handle. We're really doing this then. So, was my information useful to you? Yes, very helpful, even if it wasn't what I wanted to hear. Good, I'll take my payment now. You want me to pay you? I guess I should have expected as much from a Palo merchant. Let me see what I have on me. The Palo value the act of spreading joy through trade, as you should know. They take pride in making deals that benefit both parties. Here you go, a fair price for your fair advice. Yes, I made a trade with the third promise herself. My friends will never believe this. I shall be on my way now. I wish you safe travels. Off you go then, and thank you. I'll take your word for it. I better not get spit on again. Yeah, I just finished the Hanu side. I loved the Hanu. Oh, Hanu, I should say. I'm so used to saying Vanu. You brought that on yourself. Remain calm and gentle, and so will I. I'm still not happy about this. But if we need to guide alpacas to reach Okapacha, that's what we'll do.
Turali poets of yore sang of a mountain that would stand tall, even should all other lands sink beneath the sea. Indomitable and eternal, it arises from Urkopacha, the 100 peaks of time. Of all the beasts which crawl and fly, only the legendary Valigarmanda could hope to disturb the summit's serene majesty. Yet, with that flying calamity imprisoned by the Dawn Serpent, what great feat remains for those who would claim the throne?
Oh, mountains. I'm glad I waited.
So this is Urkopacha. I've never actually been here before.
The air is so crisp and clear.
Mountains everywhere you look.
That one massive peak in particular has quite the presence. It puts me in mind of Som Al.
That is Workor Sormor, the tallest mountain in Yogg-Tural. Its sheer height makes it an imposing climb. But there are other reasons the ambitious keep their distance.
I can't wait until I see the buff cactuar.
Oh, do tell.
Because I know about the buff cactuar.
Where to begin?
That.
Excuse me, but you're Wuk-Lamat, are you not? I hadn't thought to encounter one of the Dawn's promise here of all places. But I should introduce myself. I am Bol Nok, a weaver by trade.
Well met, Bolnok. We're on our way to Watranpelo.
Oh, truly, I've just come from there, as it happens. I'd asked the Pelu Pelu who sell me their wool to give me a tour of their alpaca ranch.
Oh, fun.
The head rancher and I shared a bottle of mezcal while he explained the finer points of wool production.
Nice.
Mezcal, is that a local beverage?
It's an Urkopacha specialty. A spirit made from distilled agave heart juice.
Oh, that sounds good.
Yes, and it must have done wonders for my mood, for I tripled my usual order of alpaca wool. They did offer me a discount, though, so it wasn't a bad deal in the end. But listen to me, boring you with my tedious stories. I will leave you before you are lulled to sleep. Goodbye, and safe travels.
You too, Bolnok. You too.
Oh, silly me. I almost forgot to say the thing I actually wanted to say. Peace for Tural. I agree with your vision, Third Promise. You have my support in your bid for the throne.
I gather from his tale we would be foolish to underestimate Pelu Pelu merchants.
Yes, they do more than run the markets in Tuliyollal. Pelu Pelu peddlers can be found everywhere in Tural, traveling from place to place on their sturdy alpacas. They are effusive and engaging speakers, and many's the customer who's been talked into spending more than they bargained for.
They won't find this customer so easily charmed.
Watranpelo's down the path! Off the main road! Don't get lost!
It's right there.
You say that, but you also say you've never been there. Oh, I go pet. Sure is. This is it. Watranpelo. Home of the Pelu Pelu. Wuk-Lamat should have arrived before us. Oh no, she's getting swindled. That's not good. You've come all this way for the light of succession.
Oh, so this means I'm exchanging words with the future Dawn Servant. But please, the outcome is far from decided, but it is a possibility. How fortunate, then, that I deal in cloaks woven from especially luxurious alpaca wool. Such a garment would look magnificent when draped over the shoulders of a budding ruler. And a nation's ruler should dress her best for adoring people, yes? Finally, for our finest lady, that's right. Come, food promise, my well-stocked shelves are but a few steps away. Finest lady, I like the sound of that. Alright, I suppose a quick look wouldn't hurt. I see you, Edmund. I see you. I don't know what he's planning to do, but it's gonna be funny. What did we just talk about? Bill, when did you... They were childhood friends after all, so... Pretty good vibe to that. A Shotona from far-off Zoctral? Northern winters are bitterly cold affairs, I'm told. I cannot imagine how you survived them without a lovely warm cloak of quality alpaca wool. No, thank you. I'm not in need of new clothes at the moment, and neither is the third promise. Perhaps another time. Of course. My shop door is always open. You were saying something about not being easily charmed. I was just... As I mentioned previously, the Pello people live for bringing happiness through trade. They won't cheat you or sell you defective goods. They will, however, disarm you with their deft turns of phrase, and unwitting customers like Wooklamont fall prey to this affable approach time and again. Your only recourse is a clear and firm refusal. They won't pursue the matter should you make your disinterest plain. A valuable insight into the minds of the Pello. Let us take Annabelle's words of caution to heart. Oh, I'm just thinking, if Ian Jay was here, or Thancred, they would be easily swindled. Or was that Stinian? I can't quite remember it, but one of the boys. If one of the boys were here, they would definitely get swindled. Oh man. Whoa, and then Toru would beat his ass. Oh, for sure. Well, Clement is ready to search out the Dawn Servant's elector. Not my finest moment, I'll admit. But now that we're here, let's do what we came to do. Find the elector. Allow me to propose a strategy, then. Well, Alze and I will speak with the merchants, Wooklamont, you and Arabelle. Should I approaching travelers and passersby? Snowy, pray investigate any of the other establishments which catch your eye. Should we learn aught of use, let us relay it to the third promise. First things first, let us attune to the ether egg. Okay, and then let's talk to the alpaca person. And the gemstone trader. Oh. So that's where I get the Lobo hides. Okay. Good to know. How's my gear? It's only 50%. It's fine. At least these guys have easier names to pronounce. Hello there, I'm Maplu. Do you have a question for me? Sorry, I don't know about any electors. You should take a moment to see your prized alpacas before you leave, though. Oh, but be sure to admire them from a respectable distance. Get too close and our nervous darlings may be tempted to spit on you, and that stuff stinks. Happened to a visiting buyer not so long ago. Totally, that's the head rancher so mad at me for not giving a proper warning. No one makes a mistake without Tobly noticing. He knows everything that happens on this ranch. Well, alpaca! Look at them, they're so cute. I bet. Have a good night, Kylie. And thanks. I will have fun. Electors, oh yes, I've heard all about the Right of Succession. They're looking to put a new ruler on the throne. Personally, I'm waiting for Zagalja. If the first promise wins, he'll look to expand our sphere of influence. That means access to more likely resources and more customers. And the thousands column, potentially. So many new trading opportunities to spread happiness far and wide. Others have been coming around to my way of thinking, so I began crafting goods inspired by the resilient sun. Would you care to purchase something? No, I would not. Very well, you said you wanted to know about the elected. I could help you, but I won't. I can tell you're no supporter of Zagalja or his policies. I tried. The Dawn Servant's elected. I thought you were a new face in town. Here for the Right of Secession, I take it. Yeah, I don't much care who sits the throne, so long as they keep it all peaceful. People tend to not be in the mood to relax and sip an excellent mezcal once arrows and spears start flying, if you know what I mean. Speaking of which, would you like a cup? A joy shared is a joy double, I say. Oh, yes, you were asking about that electric business. Being but freshly returned from my training out, I have heard that there's a contest afoot, but not much else. Our head ledger, Tubly, could probably tell you more about it. really have to watch yourself around these silver-tongued peddlers. I almost bought a bottle of mezcal and a stack of blankets, and there was this enchanting ornament. Anyway, I did manage to learn that Tobley is the man to talk to about the contest. Now, if only they'd show where this head ledger of theirs is to be found. Really? He's also the head ledger? Well, the alpaca ranch is not far from here. I say we pay it a visit before the others return. Cool. That's a lot of alpacas. Still, we need to know if the head ledger could be these. I can't let fear deter me. Not to say that I'm scared, of course. Excuse me, is one of those workers Tobley? Tobley, oh yes, he likes to mingle with the ranch hands and keep an eye on things. Can't tell you which one he is, though. You can't? Is this part of the contest? All I could say is that Tobley often mentions his favorite pungent subject. He also can't resist a profitable trade, though, so who among us could, right? Still, if you bring him a very good deal, he might let his identity slip. So it's like a game. Easy enough. All I have to do is offer Tobley a deal he can't ignore. No problem at all. Well, maybe one problem. I don't think my purse is deep enough to pay everyone you think might be Tobley. Let's ask some questions first to narrow down the field. Okay, we can meet back here to share our impressions. Well, obviously I'm not Tobley. I mean, oops, I shouldn't have said that. I meant to find out for yourself who Tobley is, or if an elector is even in the village at all. Good luck! Ah, a visitor from across the salts, if I'm not mistaken. Be warned, the alpacas will spit if you startle them. I suggest you keep your movements slow and deliberate. You think I might be Tobley? Haha, well, maybe I am. All I will say is that in this village, none have reared more alpacas than I. Am I Tobley? Yes, that's me. Excellent work from the third Thomas and her entourage. Sharp instinct. Shall we commence the rite of succession then? I see we're both done with our interrogations. So, who do you think it is? I have my suspicions, but let's hear you pick. Ah, the worker's so intent on stable chores. I had my eye on that one too. Time to rip the mask off of a mystery ancient, so to speak. We know it's you, Topley, and to prove it, I propose a deal. A generous sum of coin for confirmation of your true identity. An offer I gladly accept. As you have correctly guessed, I am indeed Topley, head ledger of Palo and head rancher of the family ranch. I'm also one of Gulal Jaja's chosen electors. Aha! And a place featured in the Tuliol saga, just as we thought. I was glad to trust in your instincts, and I wager this won't be the last time. She found you out fair and square, Topley. And I'm glad she did. Would have been a pity had her bid ended here.
Deducing the Dawnservant's elector was the first step of the feat.
Jump scared me there,
Too
Topley.
simple a task for this aspiring ruler, eh?
Sheesh.
Right. Not hard at all. Zorolja.
I am told the head ledger, Tobley, is to be found here.
You have to guess which one of us is Tobley. That's part of the test.
You're Tobley.
Without even asking a single question. Very impressive indeed. With that amusing prologue out of the way, we can proceed to the actual challenge.
It's weird.
Per the Dawn Servant's instructions, I was free to devise any manner of feat. I considered a number of possibilities in the 10th column. But I think I have a good one. You must go forth and capture for me an alpaca.
While I've not had the best experiences with alpacas, aren't they generally docile creatures? That doesn't sound like much of a challenge.
Bring out the example!
The example! Oh, this is gonna be great.
This is a special kind of alpaca. Would you please approach the animal, Third Promise?
Who? Me? Well, it should stay calm if I stay calm, right? That's what Erinville said. Ah! The little monster spat on me!
Oh, that stinks.
I can't.
Alpacas are paradoxical creatures, being both extremely curious and extremely cowardly. Press your luck when they're frightened, and you'll get a face full of spit, as you've all just witnessed.
Has an awful stench, their expectoration. The globs contain half-digested food, you see, making it an effective deterrent against perceived threats.
Wild valley braid like this one are especially timid and can therefore be quick to lash out. They're also especially hardy.
Indeed. We take the rugged wild alpacas and breed them with our gentle domesticated stock. This produces the strong but biddable pack animals prized by our traveling merchants.
That's all well and good, but did I need to bathe an alpaca spit for you to make your point?
So, the task is to catch a wild alpaca.
That is correct. But be warned that it is a feat easier said than done. I suggest you prepare well before you enter the valley where the creatures dwell. And by you, I mean the claimants only. Allies are not permitted to assist with the catching.
Of course.
The alpacas will help me judge which of you is worthy of receiving a keystone.
So I'm to chase down a fluffy, spitting demon, and that somehow proves I'm fit to rule?
As I said, the Dawn Servant granted me the freedom to decide my challenge. And when you reach the end of the ride, I dare say you will understand why I chose what I chose.
Very well. This won't take long.
Wait! Didn't I warn you this was easier said than done? There are preparations to be made, factors to consider.
A beast is a beast. All yield to strength.
Ugh. I don't like these guys.
So far, this experience has done absolutely nothing to improve my opinion of alpacas. But that doesn't mean I can't do this. Revolting spit aside, they're just another animal.
Are you all right, Orclamat? We thought we heard you scream.
The third promise does not scream. It was more of a startled yelp.
Scream, in other words.
Did you find the Elector?
Oh, we certainly did.
To go and wash that nasty stuff off my face. I think I got all of it. Would you mind taking a sniff for me just to make sure? The stench has ruined my sense of smell. Hey, I saw that look. Invo wishes to discuss the feat of gold. As Wuklamat helped demonstrate, the valley alpaca are wary of people. Getting close enough to catch one will not be an easy task. Might have warned me about that earlier. I have enough trouble with tame alpacas. How do you expect me to wrangle a wild one? With the proper saddle, we infuse the leather with a relaxing scent that suits the spitting beast. Wonderful, give me one of those then. Have you perhaps forgotten? We are a clan of merchants. If you want a taming saddle, then you'll need to find a saddler and make them an offer. They don't come cheap, of course. Crafting a saddle will cost you the equivalent of 10 pel in the thousands column. You mean 10,000 pel? I don't have that kind of coin. Converting to gil, that comes around 1 million or so. Mayhap if we all pitch in. No, this is my feat to accomplish. I wouldn't feel right about having others pay the cost. I'll find the money, somehow. In that case... that basket of wool is worth the sum you paid me earlier, 1 pel in the hundreds column. Beginning with the wool, you can trade for ever more valuable goods until you have something suitable to bargain with for the saddle. That's a nice gesture, but you think I can turn 100 pel into 1 million? That's 10,000 times more. We need 10,000 pel, not 1 million, so we're looking at 100 times more. Oh, right, I panicked and got it confused with Althanos, Millie, and Gil. I'm not so sure about this trading idea. You were almost talked into buying a cloak you didn't need mere moments after you arrived. But I hate when you lie. Then let me help you with your deal-making. Oh, hello again, Mablu. I work here as a ranchian, but I've also learned a lot about the peddler profession. It's alright if I aid them now, yes? I guided the claimants towards the first step of the feat, like you asked. As long as Wuklamat goes alone to capture Alpaca, she is free to accept assistance from whoever she likes. Hooray! Let's see about getting you that saddle then, third promise. I don't know why you made your offer, but I could use an ally with a beak for bargains. Welcome aboard, Mablu. Should the rest of us stay behind, perhaps? Maybe easier to haggle over prices without so many voices chiming in. Yes, stay here and pitch in with the ranch work. With Mablu gone, I'll need extra hands to tend to the alpacas. Gladly, although, Snowy, I think you should go with Wuklamat. You've seen markets and bazaars the world over, and surely have sage advice to share. In that case, you should also hold on to the alpaca wool. If it's misplaced or soiled in some way, you'll have nothing to bargain with. As if I'd do such a thing, but I'll leave the wool with Snowy anyway. The better to keep my hands free. To begin, I suggest we try trading the wool to Havli, the saddler. He won't agree to the deal, of course, but it'll give us an idea of how much he'll accept for his wares. I'll just do story quests. Once I'm done with the Pelu Pelu, I'm going to call it a night. Actually, I think I'll call it a night now, just so that I can have enough sleep to go to work tomorrow. Do they have an inn? I don't know.
Let's go back to Tuliolo. Hey, it's so bouncy! Look at it go! Yeah, I think I've strained for long enough. Okay, let's see. Go to the inn and stay there. Okay. Thank you everyone for watching. Hope to see you guys next time, but don't leave just yet. I'm planning on raiding out to someone else. I'm going to sit on the bed. There we go. Okay. Let's see. I raided her last night. He's leveling Viper. Let's see what she's up to. Okay, so she's doing Gallica Orthos. Let's raid into her again. It's okay. I don't really have any. I'm just gonna raid into him. Actually, yeah, because he's doing the Viper story. And she's not doing any spoilers, so I'd rather have someone spoiling it for me. Okay. Lock those in place. And let's slash raid. And I hope everyone has a good night.